Hello, everybody. I got some great news. It's not upsetting, but it's great for me and Marian's situations. And I'll discuss it as soon as I get some people in here. I'm going to take a minute to share it out. Hope everybody's doing well out there. Peace and blessings. Allow myself a few minutes to share it. How you doing, Roxanne? Thanks for being here. Trying to share out my stream. How you doing? Doing okay. I'm about to share some really good information here shortly. I'm just finishing up my sending stuff here. Give me 1 second, still sharing. Hey, Pretirement Days, how are you? Okay. Mister, what are you doing? I'm gonna smell onions all day with this damn sandwich. It's gonna make me barf. Not a sponsor, zero sugar. You all see that, correct? Doing the right thing ish. I'm not gonna be a fucking mouse. I'm gonna eat and drink. You know, I'm gonna do the right thing. Yeah, Roxanne. Yeah, sure. I know. I was just letting people know that they're not sponsoring me. Wish I had sponsors. That'd be cool. Hopefully we'll get more folks in here and then I'll get started and I guess I can talk now, but then I have to repeat it. So what do you think I should do, Roxanne? Start now? Let them all come in or repeat what I just said or let them rewatch it? Buns, honestly, I think we can work everything out.
Yeah.
Because I'll be more over there helping you and other residents, right? So I'll be over there, not home as much. Over there, 8-hour shifts. They'll give me some days off. I'm not going to work every day, right? I mean, at least 2 days off at the most.
Yeah.
The bird's fine. He's been talkative and active and loving me and saying his bird words. Roxanne's asking about how the bird is.
Oh.
And Sweet Buns is here.
Hey.
There she is. He even called you Sweet Buns. Every time he comes in, he's like, hello, Josh and Sweet Buns. See, he said it again. Hey, Sweet Buns, nice to see you. Oh. That was very thoughtful, Roxanne, that you can recognize her and say hey to her and stuff. So, could you possibly share out my stream? You know who we talked to. if you're friends with everybody, but like me. I'm spilling that. It needs to go somewhere else. Give me 1 second. Hey, Artyom, how you doing? Roxanne, is that a friend of yours? I don't know who it is. I'm fine. Just if you can, please. I tell this to everybody that's new or anything. Just mind your P's and Q's in here and we'll get along great. Just a word of caution. Not against you, but I have blocked others for being not really the best of YouTubers, if you will. So I don't need to go in detail. I've had some raunchy stuff. But we talk dirty in here. We have a good time. We swear. We joke. We have laughs. Sometimes we have sad issues. Sometimes we have other issues and stuff we need to pray for or something, or, anything goes here, just to let you know. So don't be offended. Like we talk about movies and stuff, comedies, just anything, literally anything goes. And I can care less what people think. But we have a great time. We celebrate birthdays on here. Like mine's July 1st and 9 p.m. I'm having a live stream. So come back around that time or even earlier. You'll have a good time in here, trust me. But if you feel offended, just leave. I don't accept drama, politics or religion. I am religious, not like that, but I believe in God, but I don't want to stick to the topic. That's all. I want to have normal conversations and just shoot the shit. So, all right, I'm here. And here's our first guest. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm just getting around to Elk Mountain. Yes,
Okay.
this is probably one of the premier dangerous areas to drive in as a truck driver. This is a graveyard for trucks right here. Until
And
they
what,
get into Laramie.
but what does that mean? Like, what are you talking about? Getting, like, pulled over or something?
No, getting blown over by the wind. The wind is really bad in Wyoming. It
Right.
can be. Because the jet stream hovers over this state, and that's why it's a real windy state. Not windy today, and it usually intensifies when you get around Elk Mountain. But I'm just about around it. I still got like 35 miles of the battle zone, and then I'll be out.
Were you able to share it with Cher?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why I can't look her up, her new channel. Like, not her channel, but like her new Facebook to send stuff to her. I mean, I can't find her. Everybody else can find her, but I don't have her new one.
I have no idea.
So you guys, you ready to let me explain something?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So today we had an interview with a nursing home for Marian, right? So we went in there, sat down, talked maybe 2 hours just to let them get to know her. And she was accepted.
Good.
And yeah, just right on the spot, accepted. We're not going to lose a lot of anything, incomes and things like that, because they offered me a job too. So I'll have to drop the current job when we're ready and prepared to bring her. And I'm going to fill out this application later today and bring that in when we bring her. So it's full time, 40 hours a week, 8-hour shifts, second shift, 3 to 11. I don't sleep much anyway, so I'm not worried about resting. It's every 2 weeks pay for me. So it kind of works out, you know. I lose one job, gain another. And I'll be doing the same thing with Marian, but other residents too, but probably not the bodily functions cleaning. Because
Well, you're not. You're more like an orderly. You don't do anything medical. Usually the STNAs do that.
right.
Do all the shit work, and the nurses just come in with a stethoscope or an ear light, and that's about it, and a tongue suppressor. That's it. And you rarely see the doctors.
Yeah. So she's got dental and what else? And then her medications are delivered. They transport her to appointments that don't come to this facility, so I don't have to worry about anything. So I'll be saving a lot of gas, but I'm going to be working there. So not every day, but I told them I could be there. And we don't know a schedule or anything yet. But I'm sure I'll get like 2 days off out of the week. Really, I just need one. But and then they said, "Could you help us on weekends? Because nobody wants to work weekends." I said, "Sure." Let me kind of go over it with family, but I don't see a problem. And she's allowed to bring whatever she wants to the room. Like she wants her queen bed. We'll have the queen bed there. She'll have her TV. It's free cable. All of it's provided with the cost, insurance and stuff. So 3 baths a week. So that's a real good thing. And it's a clean place. It's small, tucked in the woods. Yeah. So she's set. She is extremely set. This is long term. And I'm power of attorney for healthcare to make decisions and stuff for her. So it's going to work out. I'll just have to use my I'll just have to use my second bedroom as a storage place because I'll be living alone.
Or you can use it as a computer room, set up a desk and everything.
Yeah, I could. Yeah. So, but she'll have her cell phone with her. So everything's. We're pleased. I'm glad they accepted her right away. The lady gave me her number and email to send all the paperwork that we needed.
Yeah, I thought nursing homes were overloaded because there's a lot of the boom generation that are seniors.
Yeah.
The youngest one of the boom generation is over 60 now.
Mm.
If you were born in 1965, you're the first of the Gen Xers.
Yeah. Precious, what are you doing? Hello? Thought you already had one. Okay, Roxanne. So, all in all, everything's all right, Sean?
Yeah. I just hope they pay me for the fuck up, that's all.
Right. So, Bones, say hey to everybody.
Hey.
Hello.
And Roxanne's probably gonna say, "Sweet buns again." So yeah, we're happy. It's not a downfall. It's not a, "Oh, I'm sad to see you go." It's, I'll be over there too. Only thing I don't like, you have to wear scrubs. Here at the house, I didn't have to.
Scrubs are comfortable. It's just like wearing pajamas.
Yeah.
Just don't wear black because you'll have a lot of Vietnam veterans in there saying, "There's Charlie. It's a face say."
Vietnam. Yeah. Other than that, everything's. We thought it was going to be total crap. Like, oh, I can't work here because of favoritism. No, they allowed it. They were fine with it.
Ugh.
And it's $1.50 more than what I'm getting now, and I'm willing to let the other company just fuck off.
That guy. Oh, I would too.
I have to let them go because somebody else is taking care of Marian now. So, once all that is in there, so I'm pleased and happy to let them go because they've fucked me over in the past with pay. So I'm just. They weren't the nicest bunch, but I'm gonna
That looks
work.
like it'd be a good gig for you.
Yeah, and I know it's every 2 weeks, but I'm gonna make some big paychecks. So compared to what I'm getting now, it sucks now.
Yeah, and stay. Well, go ahead. I can't tell you not to. You ran into the dementia payment patients. They put them on a certain wing. Go ahead and talk to them, and you can go along with what they think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they got a memory care ward in there.
yeah. If you run into a question you can't answer, or if it's technical, you have to talk to your nurse.
Yeah. But the cool thing, Sean, I'm going to be busy over there helping others. I'll be losing weight, trying to control the diabetes. Like you guys shared with me, like I got to get up and move. I just don't like sitting around.
Uh-huh.
And they're
Yeah.
going to keep me
So
busy.
some of the patients you have to walk out and go into the restroom, so you're not laughing in front of everybody, but it's going to happen. It happened to me. But how dare you laugh? It's a natural human expression, especially when you see something. It's fucking funny. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be the only one that it happens to.
Yeah.
Like they were eating cabbage rolls. I was visiting my mother. The latter 2 years of my mom's life was in a nursing home. Well, she needed because she had Alzheimer's.
Yeah. My grandparents had Alzheimer's as well.
And she knew it. That's why at times she would ask questions and she would answer herself, and most of the time she'd be right. That's how worried she was that she was slipping. She goes, "That's my older sister?" Like, yes, yes, mom.
Mm.
But we were there. I got a couple of pictures from being there, and there was this individual, some dude. I don't know his age, but it looked like he may have had a touch of Parkinson's or the beginnings of Parkinson's or muscular dystrophy of some sort. Yeah. For dinner, they were eating cabbage rolls. And all of a sudden, I heard him make a weird noise, like that. I'm like, I looked over at my brother. I'm like, Mom, the cabbage rolls may not taste very good. She goes, "Oh, I'm going to try it." She's dashing salt on it. He's got his hand in his mouth, acting like he's choking and making weird noises. And he's looking up at the nurse, like, "What the fuck is going on here?" And you look at his plate, he hadn't even touched it. And it's like, what is he choking on? He's choking on his own hand being in his mouth. because I believe it was probably a part of muscular dystrophy. He stuck his hand in his mouth, and sometimes it just does whatever it wants on its own. And I'm sorry, that's funny.
Mm.
It's it is sad, but when you encounter something like that, or you get one that is in a straitjacket for some reason, in a wheelchair, with a head cocked back like this, and he's trying to spit on somebody, but it's going straight up and back down in his own face, and he keeps doing it. And I'm like, that's gross. What the fuck is he doing?
Yeah.
That was my sister's fault. She started laughing right away.
Right.
And then naturally, I'm like, what the hell? And then it makes me laugh,
Yeah.
Like my other sister, Joanne, she worked at a nursing home, different ones over the years. And she'll talk to them. Some of the people that have Alzheimer's or dementia.
Right.
She goes, I got mice coming out. He's got his pajamas. I got rats coming out of my buttonhole. I grab one, and another one shows up, and she goes, "Wait a minute, you got one coming out now?" He goes, "Well, you take them. I got enough of them." My sister will still communicate with them, even though it's crazy.
Yeah.
Now, at the time we were married, my wife was working at a nursing home. She hasn't completed college yet, but her car was in the shop, and I had to go and get her from work. Well, she set me up, is what it is. She had me come in the doorway that leads into that ward, because when the door shuts behind you, you're not going to get it open from the inside. And when you look at it, it looks like a bookshelf. That's on the Alzheimer's ward. And I was talking to this one woman, and she knows, you got a Cubs hat. You're a Chicago Cubs fan. I'm like, yes, ma'am. And then she started talking to me about Mordecai Three-Fingered Brown. And then I was thinking, I'm having a conversation with the lady. How many old folks in a nursing home, even if they're in the dementia side, are going to know about Mordecai Three-Fingered Brown? So I'm like, this lady knows what she's talking about. Mordecai Three-Fingered Brown pitched for the Chicago Cubs over 100 years ago, and he helped them win the World Series in 1907 and 1908 because he had a birth defect. On his right hand was 3 fingers, 1 thumb and 2 fingers. But he pitched a nasty split-fingered fastball because naturally his hand was made for that. That's why they call him Mordecai Three-Fingered Brown. And she was telling me how she had dated him when she was 16. And I was like, really? And my ex and the friends were laughing at me, and I'm like, I think she was telling the truth, because you don't even know who Mordecai Three-Fingered Brown is. Nobody else here does. Well, who is he? He pitched for the Chicago Cubs years ago.
Hey, Bruce.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Hi, Bruce.
Hey, Sean.
Everything all right, Bruce? You sound kind of down.
Oh, here's a good one for you.
Just kind of tired.
That is your opportune time, Josh. You'd be perfect. Just start acting like Bobcat Goldthwait when you're working.
That's a good option. It might scare somebody, but
No, you'd fit right in.
What are you? You want me to, like, that clean you up or something?
Oh, I would. I'd mess with the nurses that are working late at night before a couple hours before you get off work. You can do that, or you can act like Mrs. Doubtfire, and then they'll think are you a patient?
Yeah.
Not exactly.
I fell
Ah,
asleep, but I was starting to watch Hot to Trot yesterday with Bobcat. I didn't know John Candy talked for the horse.
what was it? A cartoon?
No, it's about Bobcat inheriting his family's farm, and he's got a talking horse.
And it was John Candy. I got to check
Yeah,
that out.
yeah. Oh, but you talking like Police Academy '80s? Oh my goodness, straight Bobcat stuff, not what he looks like or sounds like now.
Oh yeah, he's what in his early 70s now.
65, something like that. Yeah, he's in the 60s somewhere.
Oh, excuse me. Thank God I got around Elk Mountain. And about 20 miles, I'd be out of the battle zone. Wyoming was very forgiving today, thank God.
But you don't think I'll scare the residents? Oh my! Like they'll lose their shit if I talk like that.
Yeah, like if you a couple of dementia patients are trying to talk to you, you can act like Bobcat. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I can see it already. You'd have a ball. I know you would.
Hey, you! How you doing?
You know, and like walk,
My name is, like,
just yeah.
I talked to a couple of them, of the residents, and they didn't say anything to me.
Because they don't know you yet.
They were just kind of out of it.
Get one that was been in the. You can hear him, but you can't see him because he's in the bathroom that his room is in. He's sitting on the toilet. Oh, where's my world spoon or World's Fair spoon? And then you get one that I need help. A woman, I need help. I need help. And like, I feel like I'm in a mental institution. God damn, not exactly.
Mm.
Josh, you're gonna go crazy.
Yeah, but I might have to keep it clean with the residents. I don't know them that well yet, and I plan on joking after I get to know them and working with them. But
Yeah, and if I was one of the office staff that worked in medical, you're like, I think he needs fluorescein.
You know, it's always best to get to know somebody first before you, get too comfortable.
No, that's true.
Especially if it's an employer, because you don't know really what their likes or dislikes are, and you know, I've seen and heard of this happening, and a person didn't last long at all, and it was because they said something that actually offended somebody, and they were out pretty quick.
so you've been listening in, like I about the
I
nursing
just
home
got
thing?
here.
Oh.
I just got here. I was just.
Marian got accepted at a nursing home today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they also offered me a job, so I'm not really losing. I'm winning.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good gig.
Oh, well, that's good.
That's a good gig for Josh. Like brilliant. Your wife's where she's gonna get taken care, and you're working there full time, no doubt.
And Bruce, it's 8-hour shifts, 3 to 11, and full time, 40 hours a week
Oh, okay. That's good.
instead of what I'm doing now.
Sometimes you'll get a couple that's pretty wealthy that are in that nursing home, and because I remember doing that, they were next to my stepfather. My stepfather was dying of Agent Orange, and but he was much older, and they were real high class, and they would always have this like he would talk, kind of what the British would call posh. And I was, would you like a couple of cocktails? That's what I'd start acting like a rich, snooty person towards them too, and they enjoyed it. I'm like, how about you, darling? I was acting like Thurston Howell the third.
He's a love. What is it?
It was. They were like, I don't think they'll allow us to have that here.
Gilligan line.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're enjoying a retirement. Let's give them a bunch of cocktails. Goddamn.
Well, hopefully that's going to work out good for you, Josh.
Hope so. I'm looking forward to it. I'm about to fill out the application today. And I told her, I'm just letting you guys know, I'm allowed to bring her out of the facility to go take her places, trips, shopping, eating, bring her back. I just need to sign her out, and then I need to give them enough time to get her meds together if we're going on trip.
Okay.
Yeah, but that won't be during working hours, though, right?
No. I don't have a schedule yet or nothing, but when I commit to something and I already paid for it, I'm not bouncing out, But I'm sure I'll have 2 or 3 days off at a time, but not per week. But if I need some vacation time for 3 days, I'll let them know.
Yeah, when you've been there a while and you got to know the workers and everything, they'll be like, where are you taking her now? Oh, I'm going to go take her to go see 50 Shades of Grey.
That's you.
They'll be like, what the hell?
I actually think that movie is boring. I don't care about all the fucking. I just don't.
Yeah, it was. I watched it. Because I only watched it to see what all the big fuss was.
They had too much. They had too much hype for that. Then they had to make a second one. How much fucking does that chick need?
Well, they made 3 of them, actually.
But you know who that chick is that he's been banging? That's Don Johnson's daughter, Dakota.
Who?
Don Johnson, Miami Vice.
Yeah, me and him have the same birthday, but he was born 15 years before me.
Okay. So his daughter is in 50 Shades.
I would have never known that.
Actually, no. It was a different person. Never mind. But I thought it was her in one of them. I don't know. No, but they were very, very nice to us in there, Bruce. Like, just really sweet to Marian and I, and offered me a job. I told them what was going on. I said, I'll be glad to let the other one go just to work here and with Marian. But they said, oh, you'll be working with a lot of more residents, though. I said, that's fine. What am I going to do? Everything but the cleaning part. Everything but cleaning. Feeding them, walking with them, talking to them, being kind of like a neighbor, if you will. Just what I do with Marian, just basically I'm doing it for everybody else now.
Yeah, one night, right around 10 o'clock, prop her door open, play Texas Chainsaw Massacre on the TV, where everybody can hear it down the hallway. Like, what the hell's going on down there?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Or maybe put some porn in there in their room.
Now that I wouldn't go that far.
I'm kidding.
Although it's a good idea and funny, but I wouldn't do that.
Walk in there and say, ma'am, why are your pants down?
Well, I really enjoyed this film.
Well, you don't need to be watching it. That's not for you. You wouldn't understand it unless you know where that goes. But you know,
Yeah, like in Wally Sparks, they did that when the senator was supposed to watch something with his people. He had this gathering, and you could see Ron Jeremy. You know, he's doing a woman doggy style, but you can't see that part. You just see Ron Jeremy from the waist up, and the governor's wife goes, "Why is that guy in such pain?" It was hilarious. That's why I say Wally Sparks. That was the funniest Rodney movie out of all of the Rodney Dangerfield movies.
hey Adrian,
Hey, what's going on?
nothing much. Good to see you.
Good to see you. What's up, Sean?
Hello, Adrian.
How are you doing?
Hey, Adrian.
What's
Having to
going on
drive-
there, Bruce?
Oh, not much.
I have to drive back 300 miles because I thought this load was supposed to go to Corrigan, Utah, and I drove to Fort Bridger, which is 33 miles from the border of Utah. They said no, that this is going to Cheyenne, the Walmart distribution center in Cheyenne. I said, well, shit, I could have delivered this yesterday morning. So now I got to drive all the way across Wyoming to deliver this. And I'm like, I hope they pay me for this screw up.
Well,
Because
it's
the
their screw up,
dispatch-
not yours.
Yeah. And I got screwed out of a good pre-plan too. After I delivered, I was supposed to go to Twin Falls, Idaho, pick up a Chobani yogurt load, and take it to Wilmington, Illinois. And that was going to pay over $3,000.
That would have been a good pay for you right there. Instant.
Yeah. That's why I have come up with a good load that takes me out to Vegas like I want. Because I want to spend the night out in Vegas, hopefully during the weekend, because I want to go back to that karaoke club.
And go see
As soon as I-
karaoke, sing your heart out, huh?
Yeah, because I know all them Asian girls will remember who I was.
They'll know who you are right away, probably as soon as you walk in the door.
Well, the majority of the clientele is people that had immigrated from other Asian countries. You got Japanese, Korean, Filipina. They're all representative there. 'Cause not only that, they got good food there too.
Well, hell, if you're there, let me know one day. I'll try to get out of Texas and go over there. Shit.
Well, there's an individual I'm hoping to bump into because that's where a lot of your celebrities that like karaoke go to.
Yeah.
Hey, pasa, Adrian.
Nada, amigo. Just listening to my mother talk to me here and talking to you guys here at the same time.
Madre, hey, madre, ¿está bien?
Está bien, yes. She's good. She's good, Josh. She's always doing good. I'm always taking good care of her every day.
Okay.
So when do you get to go home, Sean?
Never. I'm out of the battle zone now officially.
Oh,
Mile
good.
marker 301. Yeah, when you hit mile marker 301, you're out of the battle zone. But I'm
So
still
you're-
getting hit by a load of a crosswind, but it's not too bad.
Well, that's good. At least you're away from home. You don't have to worry about being home now.
Well, I want to get home because I got my K1 sitting there. My new K1.
Oh, nice. So when are you planning to get back home as quick as you can, huh?
Yeah. But I want to go out to Vegas first since I'm close.
Hey, what's been going on with Darren? He hasn't done a live.
He's working a lot.
Okay. He just sends me for like his premieres and stuff like that. That's what he sends me. So, and videos he uploads.
And the way things are, you want to take everything that you get, every opportunity.
Yeah, that's true.
Because things are going to get worse and worse, not better.
No,
It won't get any better, not anytime soon.
you have to understand if you could fly with me, you never know.
I don't think it'll ever get better anytime soon, Sean.
Yeah, yesterday when I was driving out, was almost to Fort Bridger. There's a railroad tracks to my left, and I could see what's on this long ass train. It was about 3 or 4 miles long. Nothing but military hardware. They had Abrams tanks, they had Abrams, they had Bradleys, they had artillery, a lot of trucks, a lot of Humvees, and I'm like, you're talking. This is a lot of military hardware. I'm like, what are they doing? Where are they going with all this?
Yeah. What's new, Bruce?
Oh, not much. Just, living the retired life. About all.
I heard that.
Yeah. Hey, Sheriff.
Cher's here.
Yeah.
She must have changed.
Hello, Sheriff Pencil, the
She
artist.
must have changed her name back. I don't
She
know.
changed her name.
Share. Drop the link for share.
Okay.
Come up, Share.
Yeah, she got to hang out with a celebrity there in the Philippines.
Nice.
She's eating. She's eating right now. No, I'm gonna probably let's see, here in about another week. I'm gonna take a week and go out and visit my family out in Texas. And, spend some time with them.
Where's that static coming from?
Been raining here a lot last few days.
Bruce, can you mute just for a second and then come back?
Yeah.
Okay. Come on back. Do you hear that?
Yeah, it is. Probably because of the rain.
What are you hearing?
Static? What kind of static?
I hear some static too.
Did it go away when I muted?
No.
Yeah, if you drop down and come back up, it might go away.
All right, let me do that.
Or because Cher won't come up here.
I asked her if she wanted to. She could still eat and mute herself, but didn't she change her name before and now it's back to normal?
I don't. I haven't been keeping track.
She has 2 accounts.
Well, there's Laramie, and then there's Happy Jack Mountain. I get over there, get to the bottom, it flattens out to nothing, and there's Cheyenne.
What's the temp over there?
Here,
Yeah.
50 degrees. It's a lot cooler, man, because I came out of Texas. Oh, Jesus. It hit 100 degrees when I was in Laredo.
It's already that time.
Yeah, I delivered to Pasadena, Texas. It's over by Houston. Got the load in Katy. Took it down to Laredo. And then deadheaded up to Fort Worth. Got a load. Took it down to Lampasas. Delivered there. Deadheaded back up to Dallas. Got this load. That was supposed to go to Corrine, Utah, but it's actually Cheyenne. I'm like, fuck, I could have delivered this yesterday morning and been on something else by now.
It's better, Bruce.
Okay. I did notice my TV was turned on in there and it was cut up a little loud, so that might have been part of the problem. I don't know. I just went in there and turned it down.
Okay.
I just play the
Oh,
TV here sometimes just to make it feel like, you know,
we lost
just to
Adrian.
make it feel like it's alive in here, you know. And plus, if I go in the kitchen, I might see something on the TV.
We lost Adrian.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, I forgot he was from Texas, but I don't remember where.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know where he's at in Texas either, right offhand.
But my God, it was hot down there.
Where, Texas?
Yeah, when I crossed over the Panhandle on 287, heading up towards Denver, right when I got up over the Panhandle, it started to cool down.
Yeah, Texas is hot, and that's one thing I hope it's not going to be real hot when I go over there. I would have preferred to have gone out there in March, to be honest, but they had too much stuff going on, and so I just, you know, I had let's see, I think it was one grandson graduating from high school soon, and anyway, he was they took him on a trip to Washington, D.C., and then they had another grandson that was getting married. So they've been quite busy, but they said that well, things ought to start slowing down by May if you can wait till then. And I just said, yeah, I can wait till then.
So, Sean, this might be funny. As we're standing there talking to the staff people, the kitchen chef guy comes up, black guy. He was cool. He comes up and I was like, he's talking about what he gave Marian for a lunch. He offered a lunch to her. And he said, I listened to him explain what he did, and I tapped him on the shoulder. I said,
Are you over there hitting on my wife?
he's like, no, not at all, sir. I was like, you can. It's fine. He's like, I'm happily married, man. You messed up, man. That was funny. And then I told the other staff people, just being funny, I said, my wife's bipolar, so she likes it both ways.
I'd ask him, have you seen Ernest Goes to Camp? And if he has, I'd be like, hey, let's try to invent the eggs erroneous. The mystery of the eggs erroneous. And it ain't modeling clay.
Buns, you know I was teasing, man.
Yeah.
I know what it means. But Bruce, like the other day when we were all talking about my diabetes, I'm going to be so busy working over there with other residents, not just Marian. So I'll be losing some weight, probably sweating, because it seems like
working will be good for you.
Oh,
It'll be good for you to be up, moving around, staying active,
right.
and you know. I would still recommend that you try to get out and at least walk a little bit or something, you know, just on your own time. But yeah, chances are you'll be on your feet a lot. You know, up there in that nursing home.
And the cool thing is they only have 26 residents. It's not a huge place.
wow, that is very big.
And they have to double up. They have roommates, so I would take care of two at a time.
Okay.
But I am not in charge. Probably won't be in charge of like having to clean them, brush their teeth. Probably just help them feed if they need to.
No, that's the
Yeah.
SDNA's job.
Okay.
But other than that, it's just
Yeah.
kind of like babysitting almost. Like just being with them and talking and helping and maybe walking the halls with them or something.
Yeah, changing bedpans and colostomy bags and all that. The SDNA's do the shit work. You don't. You're just like a janitor.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. But time flies, so whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, because you're going to be working with patients. I would say you still probably ought to try to get out and take you a walk at least, every day. You could do that in the mornings. You say the hours are like what, 2 to 11?
3 to 11,
3
maybe.
to 11? Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I would take some time to get out and take a morning walk. And especially with summer coming on, that'll be probably the coolest time of the day. You don't really want to be out there when it's, you got 98 degrees outside with the heat index of 108 and something that's, we're
Hi,
very
guys.
famous for here in the South is, those high heat indexes.
Is Cher here?
No, not yet.
She's
Well,
out.
I'm hearing birds. That's what I thought of. Can you guys see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see you.
I'm getting fuel. And the wind's blowing so hard, I feel like my pants about ready to blow off. So I'm standing in front of the truck out of the wind.
But just, the main thing is you got to watch, you're going to have to watch what you're eating. And that's still going to be the main thing. Working, taking a walk, things like that, those things will help.
Yeah.
But they're not going to get rid of this.
Yeah, Josh, it's okay to watch it and look at it. Just don't eat it.
Mhm. Yeah, so don't go snatch that Krispy Kreme donut or
Stucky the
Hey, you can watch what you eat and just look at it, just as long as you don't eat it.
yeah. Just picture that as being your former life. That was then, and then have another visualization of this is now.
Right. Yeah.
You got to put that stuff, all the, whatever kind of, if you were eating junk food, you're going to have to get that junk food out of there. Just, you may even find yourself needing to go through your cabinets. And if you see stuff, read those labels, and if you see added sugar in it, get it out of there. And I can tell you right now, you're going to have to give up ketchup and barbecue sauce if you eat those. That's just, ketchup, man, that's, I saw a video on what they do with Heinz ketchup. And I was just shocked at how much sugar they put in Heinz ketchup.
Like 60 something grams or something.
It's a bunch. And it's way more than a diabetic needs. Now, they do have ketchup. I think it's like either no sugar or low sugar or something like that.
Organic,
You can try
maybe.
that. you know. But you know what? I basically I just gave up sugar. I just don't eat. I mean, not sugar. I mean, I did give up sugar, but I gave up ketchup because ketchup. I've seen how it's made, what they do to it. They put an awful lot of sugar in it. So I just gave it up. I just said, well, shit, I can't be eating this. You know?
But Bruce, I have a question about sugar.
Mm.
I can't get rid of it when she's right here.
Oh, well, now that kind of sugar you can keep, okay?
Okay. I have to look at something.
Yeah, you got that. See, that might be a death sentence for you if you got rid of that. So you got to keep that kind of sugar around. That's healthy sugar
Yes, sir.
because it keeps you in line. Now I'm sure Marian's got a rolling pin stashed around there somewhere.
Come here, fucker.
Yeah.
What'd you say? Don't get away from me, you piece of shit.
Yeah, or a big stick or something, you know.
When I met it.
But no more Hostess Twinkies. No more. No more Coke floats.
How'd you know what I was doing?
Just a lucky guess.
Because you're really just hitting it on the nail right there.
Yeah, I'm lucky.
I'm sure he does. You know what kind of sweets I like? Twinkies. You just named it.
Oh boy.
And crispy crack donuts.
Look, I've done heard too many stories about Hostess Twinkies and people that have problems either with their weight or too much sugar.
Yeah.
You know. Lay off them Hostess Twinkies.
Mhm.
Yeah, lay off the. Yeah, it'll be kind of hard at first, but you know what? After a while, you'll look back on all that stuff. I tell you what, don't eat a donut for 6 months and then take a bite of one, and I bet it's going to taste different. I'm just using that as an example, you know.
Right.
But just anything that you like, anything like that you may have like regularly or occasionally snacked on. Like my big love was I like Chips Ahoy chocolate chip cookies with a glass of milk.
Oh, you.
And to tell you the truth, it's been so long since I've eaten chocolate chip cookies.
Mm.
I'm
Marian,
sorry, Marian, what'd you say?
she loves what you said, the Chips Ahoy.
Oh yeah. God, those were so good.
He's getting moist now, Buns. He's over there. Oh, my heavens.
Danger zone.
Yeah. Chocolate ice cream or chocolate chip ice cream.
Yeah, you're going deep in the britches now.
I gotta watch the milk because I'm lactate intolerant.
We're both
Yeah.
lactose, so we don't do a lot of ice creams and stuff.
Yeah, you will have to if you do eat ice cream. Yeah, you just. I mean, this is what they told me. It's okay if you do it occasionally,
In moderation.
in moderation.
Yep.
Now, with that in mind, you know, I bought like a half gallon of ice cream, put it in my freezer, ate out of it one time, and then it sat there and got freezer burnt. I had to throw it out because I didn't eat it again, and it just sat there and sat there and sat there. And I knew I couldn't be eating daily, and I thought, this was stupid buying this. So if I do go get ice cream, I just go to like Dairy Queen, and I'll get like a chocolate sundae, and I'll eat that, and then that'll be my ice cream for probably a month or two.
Yeah.
Water does a lot
Yeah.
of good.
The
Drink a lot of
funny
water.
thing is, ice cream doesn't bother me like milk does.
It's still dairy.
I know, but it doesn't bother me.
Yeah, if some people do have trouble drinking stuff like milk. Uh, you know,
We were having it so bad, like we just literally switched to lactose. I was like, we can't keep doing this anymore.
Yeah,
Our
you got to go
assholes
lactose
don't
free.
even want to sit on the toilets anymore.
And they sell milk and ice cream that's lactose free.
Yeah.
Yeah, the silk milk. That's in the produce department.
Yeah.
And it's not bad. I liked it.
Much ice cream because my teeth are sensitive.
Yeah, we don't.
So I
not-
don't need that much ice cream.
It's not
I
a
understand.
thing anymore.
You know what your deal is there. You know what y'all can and cannot consume. So you basically you plan around what you can consume and make sure it doesn't have added sugar in it, and cut down on the carbs as much as possible. I have found carbs almost impossible to be completely rid of, because even some vegetables that you wouldn't think have carbs in them have carbs in them. But those kind of things also have a lot of fiber in them, and the fiber is actually good.
Yeah, and if your colon is not like mine, where I have a very healthy colon because I have a lot of high fiber in my diet. I always have in my entire life. And if you're not used to it, be close to the toilet.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're
You're
not
gonna
to it, yeah, you need to of course, seeing how you're going to be working where you're working. Of course, I take a diuretic every day, so I have to, not stray not too far from the toilet. When
Yeah.
I'm traveling, I have to make frequent restroom stops. Sometimes it's best just to not take the diuretic on a day when I might be in the car driving for a long time.
yeah, you're gonna end up like Jeff Daniels. You don't watch out,
Yeah. Oh yeah. Because see, on like the day I went down to Texas to meet up with the YouTubers, I had to make a bunch of stops. And
How many people met up there? I didn't know you had a meet up in Texas of YouTubers.
it wasn't that big of a meetup. I don't know how many they ended up showing up, but I was late getting there, and so the next day, it was just a minimum amount of people there, and so anyway.
And the next one thing I can't do is have coffee with cream in it.
Because it'll make her go.
And it'll make me go.
Oh yeah, coffee is a diuretic.
Run to the bathroom.
Yeah. I don't even put cream in my coffee anymore. I used to back years ago.
Yeah, but
And
coffee itself is a diuretic.
yeah. Oh yeah, just drinking coffee black, will make you go pee or poop, either one.
Yeah, that's what coffee does to me. I got to take a leak, something fierce. I can put out a forest fire.
Yeah. Yep.
There's no chance of cutting off that fire hose, huh?
Yeah. So I don't. I drink. I don't know. It varies. Probably anywhere from 4 to 8 cups of coffee a day. It just depends on what I'm doing. You know.
I couldn't have that much.
We've got a friend that does that, and and then he doesn't have to mention nothing, but he'll make one cup, lay it down, come back to the kitchen, make another cup, even though the other one's still sitting there. We saw him have like 8 cups out, and he didn't know which one it was that was new. He just drank them all.
Well, I don't do that. What I'll do is I'll take a few sips and I might set it down for a little while, but if it gets cold, I go stick it in the microwave for 30 seconds and heat it back up.
Yeah.
And
Because I'm not going to let it go to waste.
too, but that's about all I can have.
Yeah, I don't let it go to waste. I'll drink it.
Yeah.
You know.
Bruce, do you watch any movies? Any TV or anything?
Not a whole lot, really. I'm probably on YouTube more than anything else, and see, the thing about it is a lot of times when I'm on YouTube, I'm like not on YouTube. In other words, I'm not doing the social media thing. I'm maybe watching something that I found that was interesting to me.
Well, yeah, a lot of people
like,
do that.
Yeah, like something historical. I was always kind of big about history when I was in school. And so history's always been very interesting to me.
But be careful of some details and test its validity.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because I called out the History Channel and I sent them the message. And they responded. They said we weren't allowed to put that in there. I said, I understand why. Because they were doing, the History Channel did this 3-episode series called War of the Worlds.
Yeah.
About the world wars.
Right.
And they were explaining about, showing FDR that during the Great Depression, what he had to do to take care of the American people. And I'm like, you didn't cover everything. Who approached FDR with revolution to cause him to do that.
Right.
To get with the rich folks and say, you're going to give me the money to take care of these people, or we're going to have a revolution, and they're going to make sure you don't have any money to give me. Just like they did in France, they beheaded all those people.
Right.
Well, they put it in there that he cut the military budget, and him and MacArthur went at it. Okay, well, yeah, that's true. But not only did he cut the military budget because it wasn't needed at the time, because this is 1933.
Right.
Not 1940.
Yeah.
We didn't need the military.
There wasn't any war going on then.
Yeah, I said, you failed to mention that he taxed corporations and the rich 94%. They said we weren't allowed to mention that. I said, yeah, I understand why. That's why a lot of kids are running around here, don't understand our own history.
Basically, I got it.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that, it's pretty obvious to me that politics and corporations have, tried information that they've done their best to withhold from the public. And,
or smash it and destroy it, or get everybody to believe that this is of the devil and this is evil, to get you to vote against your own interest, which we've been doing that for years.
Yeah, I try not to delve into it too deeply. Just, it's just, but there is some interesting stuff out there. And, like, just for example, stuff about the Civil War. That's very interesting. Also, there's certain channels where they do music.
Yeah.
And,
If if the British sided with the South, which they almost did, because that's where they were getting their cotton from. If the British sided with the South, the Union would have lost.
Yeah. Well, what happened there was they set up a blockade. So because the Union set up this blockade off the coast, the southern coastlines. Uh, they didn't want to get into any confrontations with the
Yeah,
North.
because see, you can't grow cotton in Britain, and we were the
Oh, I
number
know.
one growers of cotton, and they
Yeah,
they bought our cotton from us, and they put it in their textiles, and they made silk with it. They put it on back on a boat and shipped it over to India, and they traded India for the silk opium because opium
right.
grows in that area in that part of the world. They took the
Hmm.
opium, went to Hong Kong, and gave it to the Chinese. That's why they had an opium crisis there for a couple hundred years.
Yeah. Well, anyway, yeah, you know, the Union set up that blockade, and so it was pretty much impossible to go into any southern ports without, taking the chance of having a battle with
The Union.
the U.S. Navy, you know, and the Confederates did not have that, near the naval power that the Federals had. You know, it was just so they basically, the coast, the ports in the South were literally just kind of cut off. And that's part of what caused there was a number of things, of course, that caused the defeat of the South, but that was one of the main things right there was just the fact that, they had a blockade out there. And anybody that took the chance of coming to a port in the Confederates, uh, anywhere on Confederate shores were at risk of, getting sunk. And so that pretty much ended Britain's, being able to get involved, really.
Hmm. But they almost did.
Oh, I know, I know. But the Union did. They had a lot. They had, bigger numbers in the South, and
Yep, the South was growing slowly.
yeah.
Kentucky ended up being a Union state, but before the war ended, they went neutral because they wanted a lot of people were half and half. Half of them
Oh, I
wanted to go
know.
to Confederate, the other half
Yeah,
wanted to stay in the Union.
yeah. Kentucky was a border state, and
Yeah,
in just about
Missouri.
all the border states, there was conflict amongst the people.
Yeah, Missouri wanted to Texas wanted to, and New Mexico wanted to.
Oops, looks like we're losing them. One of
John,
these.
John, you're breaking up.
Okay, I'm climbing Happy Jack. Just give me a back if I lose signal.
Okay. Well, anyway, uh, but
Can y'all
yeah,
still hear me?
yeah, I can now. We
Oh,
couldn't
good.
there for a
If I
minute.
lose signal, I'll be back.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, I've watched several things about the Civil War. Uh, there seems to be today. There seems to be disagreement about which was more important: the siege of Vicksburg or Gettysburg. Which one was actually the more important of the two. And to be honest, they were equally important. Uh, Vicksburg was like the very place that kept the Mississippi River from being open to where they could get uh, northern farmers could get things downstream, and and there was a lot that happened there in the process. They had to capture New Orleans first, you know, and and then there was other battles too that kind of led up to the siege of Vicksburg.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, there was just there's stuff like that I'll watch sometimes, and sometimes I have to just get up and get away from it. you know, I remember many years ago. Yeah, I used to watch a lot of
And
TV, a lot of like
these
movies.
guys up climbing up this mountain.
Oh yeah, stuff like that. I used to watch a lot of back years ago, but I don't know.
Can you hear me, Bruce?
Just barely.
Okay.
Even your picture there, it's looking a little hazy right now because your signal's not real good. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is there's a lot of interesting stuff on YouTube besides just, and I don't know, maybe it's because I'm older now. And so I find stuff like that more interesting now than I did when I was younger, you know.
Can you hear me, Bruce?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. See, when I was in military school, there was something called the Soldier's Way, but I
Right.
also dug a lot deeper, and I believe in this. I believe in the warrior way. A lot of people
Yeah.
think that's being a traitor. No, it's not. It's called the warrior code. Yeah, they were our enemy in this war, that war, wherever war. But I still honor those soldiers that lived and died because they served their people. They served their emperor or king,
Oh, yeah.
and I still honor them because they're just like me.
Yeah. I
I
mean,
don't because Americans demonize,
yeah.
and that's not good.
No, it's not good. And it's very obvious that it is, you know. It's just really, really pretty
These
sad.
like the Japanese, they were very honorable men. They lived and died. They served their emperor, their people, and they gave up their
Mhm.
lives for it.
Oh, I know.
The bravery, man. Oh my God.
Mhm.
I think that generation were the last of the true samurai when it comes to Japanese culture,
Right.
because back then they still did that. Some of your admirals would do that when they got conquered in battle. They would commit seppuku, just like a
Yeah.
samurai would.
Uh-huh.
I would have stopped them and convinced them, look, you were defeated. It doesn't mean that you should commit suicide. And yes,
Yeah.
that'd be honorable in your culture. But then I tried to talk to them like, hey,
Yeah.
war is hell.
That kind of stuff, it didn't like it was a one on, that individual against the army. It was a whole army against another, or a whole nation against another nation. And,
But when you go back, you'll find out why the Japanese did what they did. It all started in World War One at the Treaty of Versailles. They fought in World War One also. But at that table of the Treaty of Versailles, they were ignored, and it was a racial issue too.
Oh yeah.
And if I was there, I'd be identifying my Japanese colleagues here. I'm like, if you don't address them, I will take his katana out and I'll take your head off.
Yeah, I think it was a racial thing, really, with all the Axis powers, Germany, Japan,
But
Italy.
that was considered very dishonorable, and
Yeah,
they walked away with a bad taste in their mouth, and they had to
right.
live with that for a long time.
Yeah, Italy probably wasn't as bad about it as the
Um,
other two countries. So,
depends.
I love
uh,
you,
Well,
babe.
Italy was upset too because they were left out of the Treaty of Versailles, and they fought the Germans also,
yeah, I
and
know.
were
And thanked me for putting you in there. Or hooking you up.
Thank
Yep.
you for putting
but the
me.
Treaty of Versailles set it up for World War II. They knew what they were doing, and who
Thank
wrote it? It was the Dulles brothers, the same two Dulles brothers that had a hand in JFK getting assassinated.
Hmm.
A lot of folks don't know that. I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, it was the Dulles brothers.
Muffins.
I didn't know that, but anyway.
Hmm. Man, it's like Hound of the Baskervilles here. Once I climbed over the top of Happy Jack, look at it. I mean, you can't really see it very well in my screen, but if you were here, I can only see maybe 20 feet in front of my truck.
I see it's very foggy there.
Yeah, that's why I said it's like Hound of the Baskervilles.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can't see very far.
I'm like, give me a midget with a bullhorn, like in the Vikings, and he blows it because that's what they did, so the Vikings wouldn't crash into each other in the boats.
Right. Yep.
He used witchcraft to see through the fog to see stars.
Oh boy.
Oh man, I was history. I slept through history class, and my teacher never understood how I ended up getting straight A's and ace tests. She thought I was cheating. I'm like, I already know this stuff because that's what I do at home. And if you're covering something I already know, I'm like, you're putting me to sleep unless it's something I'm really interested in.
Yeah.
And I always had to correct my teacher whenever they wanted to. They'd briefly talk about it, but they would stop talking about it because it would always cause a debate. And
Hmm.
I kept telling them, I like, you're talking about the what you call the Hitler salute. That's an American thing, and then they didn't say Heil Hitler. They never did that. They said Selig Heil, and that's German for Hail Victory. I said that's an American thing that we came up with. But if you're going to teach somebody, teach them right.
Yeah. Josh, I'll be back in just a minute. I got to step away just a second.
Okay. I'm still here, Sean.
Matter of fact, last night, if I remember on my laptop, I'll show it to you during the live stream. The Three Stooges.
Mm-hmm.
That was hilarious. It was called Moronica for Morons. And when Mo accidentally put that electrical tape on his top lip and he messed with his hair a little bit, he did. He looked a lot like Hitler.
Oh my gosh.
And they had Curly play the part of Reichsmarschall Goering, and Larry was Joseph Goebbels. Oh, it was hilarious.
Yeah.
And Mo, he played the part really well too.
Mm. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Um, I mean, Jesus, this is getting to be like hunting with Ray Charles. The speed limit 65. Whoever's doing 65 needs their ass kicked. Not in fog like this.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah, you're already a fucking millionaire. You don't need it.
Yeah, Josh, just the word of advice for everybody. If you're in dense fog like this on the highway, you follow somebody, you get them in view, and you keep them there. And if you're going a certain speed, pop your four ways. That way, you know if that person hits somebody, you got time to stop.
Four-way means blinker,
Yeah,
hazard lights, right?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. If you're getting right around 45 miles an hour, you pop the four ways is what we call it. And like right now, we got these idiots like FedEx. Yeah, go ahead. Are you going to be able to stop that bucket on a dime? No, you're going to smash into somebody. And that's how pileups happen here.
Yeah.
This is like being in a dark room going through a haunted house. You grab the person's shirt tail in front of you and you hang on for dear life. Ah! Hey, Josh, I know you know Fancy Gap, right? Because it's just north of you on 77.
Right.
Fancy Gap, the fog is like this on Fancy Gap every early morning.
Right.
It's a beautiful view from up there, looking east, looking down the mountain.
Give me a second. I was just warned that I got to charge my laptop before it goes off. There we go.
I would have kept you going until you got back.
Yeah.
I know Cher's got to be done eating by now. Unless she passed out.
Man, talking about food and passing out, seriously, I had a friend that was so doped up on his pills and drugs, not like crack and weed and all this thing, pills. He was so doped up. His face, because he was so tired and nodding off, he was so doped up. He couldn't hold his bowl. He couldn't keep his head up. He was always doing this, always tired. He was on so much medication, like 20 or 30, 40 pills. And sometimes he would come up to me and say, because I used to live with him, I don't like pill heads, but Marian's different. And this was a pill head, Charles. Charles, you can vouch for me, right?
Yeah, but with Cher, man, that's I can imagine her life sucks. Not being able to sleep when you want to, having insomnia and narcolepsy. No way. That sucks.
But we
And
invited him.
sure,
We invited him over for dinner one night. My parents did. She's like, my mom said, bring Charles over. I said, Mom, I don't know how that's going to work, but okay, sure. So we come over. We have pasta, like Darren says, pasta, and he couldn't hold his bowl, like the paper bowls, like the Dixie
yeah.
bowls.
Oh, yeah.
He couldn't keep his pasta in his. He didn't spill anything. He just was dozing off, doing this, and then his hands would go like this, and we would get so shocked, like, Charles, wake up! You're about to make a mess on our floor. Like, he was so gone. And then at times, if he doesn't remember if he took his morning meds, he'll take them again during the day, and then in the evening. And then if he forgets to take them, he'll take them again. He had a gay doctor. He's queer. So he had his ways around getting pills when he wants them every day, every week. I mean, this guy was a fraud. Just a complete waste of time. And I had to get out of that mess. I basically ran away and lived with him for 4 months and went back home. And he was disturbing. His mom is gay. She took drugs, not shooting up or anything, but they almost wanted to die. They just didn't care to live anymore, these two. And they were literally killing themselves. Not like that, but just kept popping it in. And then they would drink. They would drink Cokes. They would drink, liquor and mix their drinks and all this stuff. And one time my friend got his license taken because of too many DUIs. Wink, wink. But they gave it back. So he's driving again, doing the same shit.
Yeah, usually you get drunk, get into an accident, somebody dies. It's always the one that's not drunk. It's always the victim that dies in the accident.
Hey, Chris, how you doing?
That's why a lot of times if I ever got drunk or did any drinking, I did it at home where I didn't have to drive.
I'm gonna turn the air up.
Okay.
Safest place to do. Worst you can do is bump into a few walls.
And then we would be cruising in his car. Get this one. We would stop at green lights because he was driving. I got so irritated. Yeah. We would stop at green lights, cops behind us and shit. Woo! And he's like, I don't care. Well, you will when they pull up at your window and you say the word ossifer. But no, he would stop at green lights before turning or going straight. And cops would be all over the place, whatever. Like 2 or 3 of them would pull us over. We all would have to get out, check the trunk, check our pants, see what kind of size cocks we had, whatever. And he just didn't care because he got away with it with his bag of meds. This is what's causing me to do this. And then they told him, well, maybe you shouldn't be driving or go on home and rest. You're not like alert to be driving. Obviously, you're stopping at green lights. Who does that? So I got so irritated by his driving that I started driving for 4 months with him. I was like, I'm going to take over. He said, here's the keys, fucker. I was like, sure.
What have y'all been talking about?
Underwear in the butt.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
At least when I drank at home, you could, as you're using the toilet, you throw up in the face bowl.
Chris, come on up, please. I'll give you the link right now.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad he came back.
This is the one in Fayetteville.
Yeah.
Here you go, Chris. Come on up.
Yeah, he's native like me. Yeah, I made a mistake. I thought he was a part of the Lumbia tribe, but I guess he's Cherokee.
Yeah, I found out through my family. I was like 10% Cherokee.
That's why I always make the joke. There was a lot of my grandparents were a bunch of freaks.
Freak.
I wouldn't say that with my Irish grandmother alive. She'd come over here. She grabbed that palm olive dish soap and squirted it right in my mouth. Ugh. That's why we called it. And you'd go to the sink to wash it out, and your mouth would explode full of suds. That's why we called it napalm olive.
That stuff's so good.
Mm. Yeah, Chris will be here in a second. He just told me.
Usually, with my grandmother around, and got all the kids and everything, I was the youngest sibling. Whenever you heard this come from the kitchen, somebody got a mouthful of palm olive. Somebody got a mouthful of palm olive dish soap.
Oh,
Because we'd hear that and start laughing right away, and then go into the kitchen to see who got it.
Come here, you little shit.
Hey, use bad language, especially, or what she'd call sass back. Yeah, you got palm olive dish soap in the mouth. That happened to me a couple of times.
Mm.
I'd rather get that than get my ass beat by a wire coat hanger or a
Ooh.
fly swatter.
You don't want a wire coat hanger.
Yeah, I think Bruce probably had experienced that too.
No, they never did that to me.
Or you knew somebody.
Yeah, maybe. I to be honest, I don't know. Switches and belts were used a lot around here. Switches, belts, and paddles.
Well, the belt was used by my dad. You knew you were getting the ass beat then. But with
Yeah.
grandparents, it was a wire coat hanger.
I
Yeah,
got belts and
My
pads.
dad, he used a belt usually.
My family used a cutting board on my ass, and I broke it because my ass was so tight. Anybody could laugh at that if they want to, but yeah, my grandpa used to whip me, and he didn't get switches or anything. He's like, "Well, let me take my damn belt off, bend over."
But my experiment went well. I never whipped my kids. Never. I got them to use their brains.
Go to college, come back, go get straight A's, and I'll put you in my will. That's what Shaq told his kids. He's got 6 kids. He said, if you, what was the saying that he used? He said, if you want some of my cheese, bring me 3 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
His money. They all always wanted to have daddy pay for everything. He said, you're not going to get it just like that. Bring me 3. If you want my cheese, bring me 3 degrees. Cheese is money. And that's the phrase he used to his kids. And they all came back with degrees. He's got doctors for his kids. Doctorates or something. They're all in their 20s and 30s, but he's in his 60s or something, getting up there.
Okay.
But he said, I'm not just going to hand over my funds to you, like my money. Either go to college or you're not getting anything. Well, they do. They all went to college. Education's huge for him, which my parents were like that too. But
Well, I'm the same way. That's why mine are going to college.
I almost failed high school.
Yeah, my oldest goes to Wright State. A lot of your Wright State graduates are medical students.
Bruce, get this. After 10th grade, like during 10th grade, I was so much in trouble that I didn't care about education anymore. I told my folks, I said, I just want to quit. I don't want to go anymore. I'm getting suspended left and right. I'm getting deported. I'm getting in-school suspension. I'm getting Saturday school. I'm getting detentions. I'm like every week something wrong I did, or even maybe swore one word or something that somebody didn't like. And I'm still in touch with that same teacher that wrote me up all the time. You can imagine.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
school, I never had a good time. I hated that shit. But I passed.
One of the was an M80.
Bruce says, "What am
Like,
I
I can't believe you're so respectable, but you do stupid shit like this." I said, "Wait, it was funny. Yeah, it's going to be funny when you spend 2 weeks in school suspension."
Yep.
And they're like, "You went to House Military Academy. What's the matter with you?" You know.
But every week I was in school, I was suspended, I was deported, possibly. I did a lot of things that were just bad. Don't go to detention when it's fucking August and 97 degrees.
My parents told me I didn't
They had to close the school
have
down.
enough education to go to college.
Her parents called her dumb.
Only
But I'll
had
tell you this: your males will learn a lot more. The male students at that age will learn a lot more being in an all boys military academy like that than they would in a public school. You want to know why? Because the girls are, when the boys hit puberty, girls are very fucking distracting. My grades, I was a straight A student, but when I went my last 2 years at Strom Thurmond High School, my grades sunk because I couldn't concentrate. The girls were distracting. They're wearing tight blue jeans and what they wore in the 80s with the big hair and everything.
Mm.
Yeah.
You get Wood just sitting there, and the teacher comes, "Hey, Sean, you want to come up here and work this problem on the board?" Nah. I can't right at the moment. I got a cramp in my leg.
I bet my brother could like that. He went to military academy.
I enjoyed it. I like going to the military academy.
Oh, he liked it too. He graduated from it.
Yeah,
Became even a more bigger dick.
Yeah, the camaraderie and everything.
Of course, it didn't straighten him up.
Everybody
thought it would.
Yeah, everybody was treated equally. You had to be a bumbling freaking idiot to be ostracized for us. There was a couple that were almost there, but they got straightened out after the first time they got their head jammed in the toilet.
Yeah.
That was called student body punishment. The upperclassmen will drag you to the toilet and stick your head in it.
That's terrible.
Yeah, but it straightens them out.
Yeah.
It gets all that shit out your brain. Now you're thinking straight now, aren't you? Yeah.
But he didn't like it, and he didn't like it that Daddy sent him there. But there wasn't nothing he could do about it.
Something tells me this fog is probably goes all the way into Nebraska. By the way, I drove you across most of Wyoming on this live stream, Josh. More than halfway. I was in Rock Springs when you started.
Wow.
And the movie Joyride was filmed along here. The first one. And I'm like, oh, now that movie's going to make us look really bad. Like we don't look bad enough already. Yeah, there's a murderous truck driver now called Rusty Nail.
Yeah.
So I use that to my advantage. I'd get on the CB radio every now and then. I'd hear some kids or whatever screwing around on the radio. I'd be like, is that you, Candy Cane? And then they'd start laughing. Someone would play along, know what I'm doing. Yeah.
Oh, boy. I'll be right back.
You're all right, Mouse?
Yeah,
Let them know you're still here.
I did.
Mm,
I was talking to him.
okay.
What is that one?
There, and I can see at least 100 yards.
Lucky charm.
Oh,
You done? Buns, are you done with it?
Oh, boy.
Oh boy. Still waiting for Chris, Sean. He said he would be here, but
Yeah.
when Roxanne
Didn't get to
left.
say yuck to hay.
Pressure's up there to the right. Second shelf.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go here in a little bit.
That's fine.
I got to drive town.
On the top of the cans. Second shelf to the right.
I can't reach him.
Fuck my ass. Hold on, guys. Actually, wait, excuse me. On this one. Right here, actually. I'm sorry. Good shot.
Uh,
Come on. Today hurts. So, Sean, what'd you think of Mauser trying to understand Chinese from that guy on Police Academy 3? He's like, kiss my what?
Uh-huh. I mean, those were okay, but because JW wasn't in it, it wasn't as good.
Did I ever tell you that I got to speak to Mauser 2 weeks before he passed?
Oh, that's cool.
I got to talk to him too. And I asked him to say Proctor like he did in part 2 and 3. Proctor! You know, and yeah. His wife had no clue of who I was. I was like, can I speak to Mauser? I mean, Art Matrono? She's like, I guess he's here. He's right here. Yeah, she was totally clueless. Who is this, please? I was like, I'm just a huge fan of your husband. And then I got to speak to Art's son. He and I do email, stay in touch like that. But
JW was well known in the 80s for us 80s kids, but we're the only ones that really know him. We grew up in the 80s, you know, and he was big then.
yeah.
Because when you speak to people our age, and you say about having a dog named Rambo, oh, you mean that guy? Yeah. Or the one in Short Circuit, he went by the name Schroeder, and the guy from India called him Scrotum, because I guess he couldn't say Schroeder.
There are clips right now on YouTube with the Indian guy doing one-liners like, "Oh no, you should do it this way," and whatever. And he was talking about sex or whatever it is that he was talking about, like with what was her name in Cocoon in Short Circuit.
Well, his partner was Mahoney.
Mahoney, yeah.
That was his partner. They were scientists together.
Yeah. Hold on a second.
He's like, oh man, we got Schroeder on our tail. And he goes, oh, scrotum? He goes, oh, it's the male type organs. And he did it with an Indian accent. You don't have to blow it up, Schroeder.
Scrotum?
God, I was sitting here muted. Oh, boy.
Scrotum.
I'm curious if he would remember that being called scrotum in that movie.
Here you go. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but watch. Ready? Hold on. It's commercial. Hold on a second.
In for the wedding photos, out for the dance floor.
Well, the last time I am seeing him, he is busy vomiting something. Well, the cat is dragged in a sack for 4 eyes, that is for sure. You look dreadful. Oh, John, this is a barrel of monkeys. Oh, let us go scrape up some female chicks. An opportunity to...
I remember that.
Girlie, come quick, girlie, danger. Come on, you. Oh, my God.
What planet is this guy from?
Oh, you are the girl, right?
Yes, as far as I know.
I am standing here beside myself. Oh, I am sick of wearing the dress in his family. Well, I have to go to the Jack, so be wait for me. The John.
The Jack.
Oh, you can say that no time. No, and plus we are needing...
Oh, boy.
We're fond of saying in my country.
Ooh, her pants are blazing for you, Milton Crosby. What happened? Did she stick her tongue down your throat?
Oh, damn.
I think that's in here. Hold on.
We are wasting valueless time. Not being a him, it is only being wires and servo mechanisms and other such machine-type apparatus for the Peter's sake. This set of beacon. I like goofy woman. I enjoyed repeatedly throwing you to the ground. You think? She's a virgin. Or at least she used to be. Yes? Oh, her pants are blazing for you, Newton Crosby. Will you grow up? Stick her tongue down your throat. Sit in the back and tell me you want to know. Yes, sir. Yes, come on, Newton. My goodness, I am sporting a tremendous wood here. Those bunch of male-type organs. Right.
There it is.
You now. Well, I don't know about you, but I am planning to scream.
To scream and run.
Good answer. Oh! Oh! Hi, honey. What is for dinner? Here's my dust, Newton Crosby. Let us break wind.
Let us break wind.
Maybe we have paid another Frankfurter's monster. Oh, Bulldyke, you cannot hold your water with that slot. This is Benford's vehicle I have stolen in US of A. It's kind of exciting, isn't it? With excitement like this, who is needing enemas to heck Newton? Let us punch the sack. Tomorrow
Let us punch the sack.
So now I am having no job to speak about. I will have to
Smack you upside the head.
Yeah. This was shit. This was about 8 years ago. I took that load from Port Canaveral to the NASA facility there in Huntsville, Alabama. And I had one passenger, and he was just like him.
Oh, what'd you do with that? Okay.
He wanted a road name, so I gave him Gandhi. He goes, my name's not Gandhi. But he was a genius. And I'm like, we got to get you out of that robe. I put him in a T-shirt and flip-flops. I said, you fit right in now. Because he stuck out like a sore thumb.
But if I had let that played all the way through, I'd probably get suspended on YouTube for 3 months. They get really tight. You can't watch movies on here.
Yeah, but I nailed that word for word. Oh, her pants are blazing for you, Milton Crosby. What happened? Did you stick your tongue down her throat? But it was because of Hall and him is why I went back and watched Short Circuit. I'm like, this is just like the actor that played in that movie.
Where are you going now?
I got pulling into the Walmart where I got to deliver this load.
Oh, looks dead out there.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm on the west side of Cheyenne. See, I could have delivered this yesterday, but the dispatch and everything said Gren, Utah, which is north of Salt Lake. And it takes away a good pre-plan that I had, too.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Bruce, if you need to go, that's fine.
I'm going to have to here in a minute. I'm going to finish this cup of coffee first. And then I got a jet.
Give me an ice cream load that goes to Henderson, Nevada, and I'll be happy. Because that puts me right where I want to be.
Or a lot of P. Diddy lube you can transfer out that way.
But I spent half of my clock getting here.
Man, this Walmart's out in the middle of nowhere, per se.
Well, because of the fog, you can't see Cheyenne or the truck stops over there. And yeah, you should have heard me talking to Tristan. He was rolling and laughing. He goes, "I'll take care of you." And I said, "Who's the one that part of the special ed class that fucked this one up?" And he goes, "It was Jeff." And I'm like, "Oh, that asshole!" I'm like, "He couldn't get laid in a whorehouse with a fistful of 50s." He died laughing, and that's how screwed up this guy is. I mean, they needed to get rid of him long ago. He screwed up many a loads on me, at least. He's part of sales. Sales gets the loads, your time, place, everything. He screwed up the wrong place to deliver. Even Tristan was pissed. He goes, "Yeah, I could have had this delivered yesterday morning, dude." Not only it messes with my money, it messes with Tristan's money, too.
Let's see, you're in Wyoming?
Yep, Cheyenne on the west side.
Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'll be right back, guys.
That's down in the southeast corner of the state. I'm looking at Wyoming right now on Google Maps. I don't think Wyoming's even got 1 million people in it, to be honest. So there's not much there. A lot of beautiful scenery, because you got a lot of, you got national parks and national forests in a lot of places. So there's a lot of beautiful countryside in Wyoming, but you don't have a lot of people there. And where Cheyenne is, you're really kind of out of the mountains there. You don't have to drive too far to get to them, you know.
Welcome to Walmart.
Are you there?
I hope they change this to a drop and hook. That'd be beautiful. I don't have to sit in the door and wait to get unloaded. It's only 11 skids.
Yeah. Walmart's. Well, I don't know.
How does it go?
I know when Walmart's trucks go there, they back up to a loading dock, and the associates help to unload the truck. But I'm guessing that you don't actually work for Walmart. You're
Are you happy?
Nope.
Yeah, I didn't think you did.
Very rarely do we do loads from warehouse to store.
Because I'm working.
Right.
If you get a Walmart load out of Kansas City,
No.
it usually takes you up to western Montana, and you'll deliver to a couple of stores in western Montana.
Bag.
I'll never forget that. That was like 4 years ago, and Sammy had me on a video call, and she saw me where a big goose hit my windshield and then hit my side mirror. She's like, "Oh my God, Kuya!" I'm like, "Well, that duck's dead."
Did you eat the treat? Hello? Today hooks.
Yeah.
So, Sean, you know how Harris always kind of mocked or teased or hated hooks?
Yeah.
Like with a passion, like, don't unpack. Just stuff like that. I want to be a police officer. He's like, don't unpack. But I do it with Marian now. I say, because he says in the gym when he's practicing the burglar thing with all the cadets, when he tries to get. I'm not being interrupted. Ass. So, Bruce, what plans do you have to go to?
Huh?
You said you had to jet. So, what's going on?
I got to go to town.
Damn.
Yeah, I got to go to town. I got to go to Walmart.
Well, I'm too far away. I'm 1,000 miles from you to be able to do.
Well, that's
Uber,
okay. The Walmart I got to go to is about maybe a 20-minute drive.
Can't do the Uber Eats or the Shipt or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I actually live about halfway between two different Walmarts, but there's one in particular I have to go to because the other one doesn't have what I'm needing to get. So I've got to go to that one. And so anyway.
this is a distribution center.
Yeah, I do a lot of distribution centers. I've been to every one of them across the country, and I've been to one in Canada a few times, and northern Calgary, Alberta. That's the only Walmart DC I know in Canada. But here in the States, I've been to every one of them.
Well, you've probably been to the one at Brookhaven, Mississippi then, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. They got one there.
Yeah, for short, we call it Brook, Mississippi.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I can certainly understand why. You just, I mean, Brookhaven's not, it's a small town,
The Ole Miss.
Yep, Ole Miss.
I drove through there once. It's actually 18 miles an hour because of Peyton Manning.
Yeah, Archie Manning.
Oh, it was for archery? I thought it was
Yeah,
for Peyton.
Archie. Peyton went to
Oh,
Tennessee.
that's right. He went to Tennessee.
Yeah, and then when Eli went to Ole Miss, he wore number 10.
Oh, so he went to Old Miss like his dad. Okay.
Right. But I think they had already retired Archie's number by that time. Because that was like, let's see, Archie, I think his last year was 1970.
That was the year I was born.
Really? Yeah, that was Archie's last year. I remember when Archie was playing football. I saw several of the games actually on TV, and I've even found some replays of some of the games he played in
Yeah.
on
Now
YouTube.
Archie almost took the Saints to the Super Bowl, or did he take them to the Super Bowl?
Nah, he never got a chance to go to the Super Bowl. See, that was the problem really for him, was because he played for the Saints. Because back in those days, the Saints didn't, I mean, other than Archie and maybe a few other players, they just didn't have anybody. Their offensive line sucked. And, you know, they didn't even really have, they had a few good defensive players and a few good players on offense. But, you know, other than that, I mean, they just, you know, their offensive line hurt them really bad. And they kept they kept switching coaches. And that's not good when you're up here just going through one coach after another, hoping you can pull something together quickly, and it's not going to happen like that.
Uh huh.
There were frequent trades and
I'm
stuff
afraid of
like
that.
that,
What
trying
about
to
me?
get something together, and they just never could. Archie got sacked probably. Oh shoot! There's no telling how many times he got sacked in New Orleans.
Yeah, the more your quarterback gets sacked, the shorter his career will be.
Yeah, and then they finally traded him because you know he just couldn't do anything much anymore. So he went from New Orleans over to Houston and
The
played for
Oilers.
the Houston Oilers. That was back before the Oilers moved to Nashville and became the Tennessee Titans.
But they were the Tennessee Oilers the first year. That's why if
Yeah,
you got
and
a
then they changed
jersey,
the name. Yeah, they
yeah,
changed the name after that. But
if you got a jersey or a pennant or anything with that on it, it's worth a fortune.
no, I'm sure. You know, and back in those days, they played in the Astrodome, and the Astrodome's pretty much gone now. I mean, it may still be standing as a facility, but it's not used. But Archie went from New Orleans. They traded him to Houston, and he played there for maybe a, a season, maybe 2 seasons. Then he got traded to Minnesota, and that's where it ended,
Oh, I didn't know he went to Minnesota.
just for a short time. He had already been in the NFL for a long time, and you know, after a while, you know, especially if you're getting sacked a lot. And see, that was the problem. New Orleans just never had a good offensive line. They never had a good offensive line, so they never really protected their quarterback like they should have.
Uh huh.
And you know, Archie was a scrambling quarterback. You know, so trying to keep him in a pocket. Well, he knew how to get out of the pocket in case he got in trouble, and he would get out. He would get in trouble because the offensive line was not protecting him. You know, and he would scramble out a lot. You know, in his younger days, he would get out of it pretty easy, but as he got older, it was got harder and harder for
Uh huh.
him to get out of those difficult situations with those people. So you know, he at that time he was probably the best thing the Saints had. You
Oh
know,
yeah.
and it was that way for several seasons. But there toward the end, it just, they finally just traded him. But he still lives in New Orleans to this day.
Wow.
Him and his wife, and that's where all their kids and this grandson of theirs, Arch Manning, that went to Texas. He played high school football at the same high school that his dad. I forget what his dad's name was. He was the one that he got injured and never could come back and play. Cooper. That was his name. His name was Cooper Manning. And he wasn't a quarterback, he was a receiver.
He was easier
And then
to
and then Eli and Peyton and Eli played there too. And anyway, yeah, Arch Manning played there at that same high school there in New Orleans. So, and if Arch Manning ends up in the pros, which he probably will, they already have real high expectations for Arch Manning at Texas.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, and
They do the same thing in Tennessee.
Oh yeah. When Peyton, once Peyton started playing, I mean, he did real good. He did.
Yeah,
real
I would
good.
have. Out of the three, I would have chose rather have gone to Ole Miss.
Well, Eli was the only one that did. Peyton, and see, I have a lot of respect for Archie Manning and his wife, because they allowed their kids to decide for themselves where to go, and they didn't put any pressure on them, and they supported whatever decision they made. And Archie even pretty much stood up to the Ole Miss alumni, because they got all, they got their panties in a wad, because Peyton chose to go to Tennessee.
What'd you say?
And
if she
so,
said if it was Social Security.
the Mannings are really a very respectable family.
And what does that mean?
And like when Eli went to New York,
He just doesn't make
he went to the New York Giants.
Yeah,
He played at Ole Miss.
he got
And he
2 Super Bowl rings.
Hey,
2 Super Bowl victories over
What it
the
is?
New England Patriots with
She does.
what's his name
We
was the
like her.
quarterback,
Yeah.
Brody,
oh, Tom Brady, yeah.
Tom Brady. I mean,
Yeah.
Oh,
so
Yeah. He's married to my future wife, Giselle.
And that is totally.
Actually, they separated.
Can you hear
They're
me, Josh?
divorced.
All right. Okay.
how you doing, Chris?
I'm all right, man. I was out there doing some yard work a minute ago. Just got off the phone with Grandma.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she can talk. She can talk, boy. I swear. What y'all up to?
Oh, not much. I'm gonna be heading out here in just a minute. I got to make a drive to town. But yeah, anyway, the Mannings, they did a very good job of raising their kids. And, Arch Manning seems like he's coming along just as well. So they were good parents.
It's wonderful.
what's the date today? 25th?
Yes.
Okay.
But yeah, to me, it was just sad that Archie Manning, he played for a team that never could end up with a winning record. I think the best record they had at New Orleans while he was there was they went 8-8 one year
Where's my Dukes?
or something like that. And that's like only 500.
Rabbit.
Now Archie did play in the Pro Bowl, I think like 2 or 3 times.
Well, who's your favorite football team?
Yeah.
Well, I've had different ones, you know.
Yeah, where
I
he's
live
from in
close to
Mississippi,
New
they're
Orleans,
mixed.
where I live. So, I've kind of been a Saints fan off and on over the years, but
The people in Miss are mixed. Some of them are Dallas fans, some are Houston fans. A lot of them go to New Orleans, and there's very few Atlanta fans. They're kind of like
New Orleans,
mixed.
yeah, I mean, we don't have a pro team here, so, it's kind of like, for each his own,
Yeah, their pro team is Ole Miss.
There's probably more Saint fans here than anything else, so.
Yeah, my homeboy, a guy I went to school with, Joe Horn, he played for the Saints for many years. He's a well-known player.
Yeah.
Yeah, their professional team in Mississippi is Ole Miss. That's what they mostly talk about.
Yeah, Carolina ain't did nothing in a while either.
Yeah, a friend of mine, Troy Cleveland, played on the same football team together for Strom Thurmond High School. He's a scout for the Gamecocks. Me and him stay in touch. His name was Troy Cleveland. He was the defensive end, and I was a defensive tackle. Believe me, nobody passed the ball on our side playing on defense because we both raised our arms and knocked the ball right out of the air. Because he was like 6'8" and I'm 6'5". I mean, he made me look small.
But yeah, I remember when Archie Manning started playing at Ole Miss back in the 60s, late 60s. And, so I became a Manning fan, I guess you could say. And so I always kind of pulled for the teams that the Mannings ended, whether it was Archie or Peyton or Eli, But, those guys are retired. Now Arch Manning's coming along. So I'm kind of showing a bit of interest in Texas now.
Yeah, day before yesterday was an
fan, but just showing some interest. That's kind of how I was when Peyton was at Tennessee. I showed interest, but I wasn't a huge fan because I was, and I am an Ole Miss fan, but that's the University of Mississippi. So.
Yeah,
even if they were to get a professional team,
Super Bowl.
They'll never get a professional team in Mississippi.
Yeah, even if they did, Ole Miss would still outnumber them. But
they do draw a big crowd. Walt Hemingway Stadium, man, it packs up. But their stadium up there is nowhere near as big as some of the other college. Like Alabama's got, their Bryant Denny Stadium there in Tuscaloosa. That stadium, they've enlarged it to where it seats over 100,000 people.
Oh yeah, the college football fields hold more people than NFL stadiums. But 2 days ago, 2 days ago was a very emotional day for me because one of my heroes playing football was Steve Mongo McMichael. He finally passed away of Lou Gehrig's. But I think he made it to the NFL Hall of Fame. I don't know, but that's what everybody was wanting. But I met him at his restaurant just south of Chicago, there between Kankakee and Chicago.
Oh,
and he was still there, but he was in not so good shape. That Lou Gehrig's man. Me and him were the same size. And I first met them when I started visiting my sister in Illinois, driving a truck. I met the 85 Bears because their summer camp, in June and July is when they have it. It was just down the street from my sister's house at Bradley Bourbonnais High School and Olivet College. It's right there next door to each other. Right. That's how I met the 85 Bears. And those guys I was the same size as Mongo. These guys make me look small.
Do you know Donnell Wolford?
No.
Lindell Wolford? Lindell's his brother. He was highest paid rookie for Chicago Bears years ago. I went to school with his brother. He graduated from our school, and then Coach Paroli, the football coach, moved down to 71st High School, and he bought the gym for the football team at 71st, not the high school he graduated, which was Douglasburg, because he was loyal to his coach. So Coach Paroli went to 71st, so he donated the money to buy them, replace all their gym equipment and everything. Didn't do it for the school he graduated from.
Oh yeah, Chris, I got a question. Are you an East Carolina fan?
Cause
College?
Yes.
UNC Tar Heel.
Okay.
Anything.
But you do know East Carolina though, right?
I don't think I had a homeboy.
She gave us those crap ones that didn't stick.
Yeah, one of my teammates went there and they won a championship because he showed up his ring and a photo. Yeah. Hang on, I got to remember his name. Walter Scott was his name, and he was a linebacker. Stood about 6'7", and he's the only one on our team that ended up going to the NFL. He played 1 year for the Miami Dolphins, and then he retired. I'll be right back. I got to turn my paperwork in.
Okay.
Damn. Yeah, that's crazy, man.
What?
Need the ones.
I never really played sports, man. I mean, I did martial arts for years, but never did any football or my brother played baseball when we was kids. My son played football. And my son's a big boy. I wish he would have stuck with it.
I never played football, but I did play basketball, but I was too short. So I gave it up.
Oh shoot, man! You remember Spud Webb? How short was he? Like 5'5"?
I'm 5'6".
He was 5'2".
He was 5'2".
Yeah.
And he was dunking, right? If I remember right. Now, I can't even touch the rim, bro. Like, I've tried, man.
Yeah, that's me right there. I can't come nowhere near touching the rim.
Right, and then you got to palm the ball and drop. That's like, come on now.
Didn't Spud Webb? Didn't he start? He started that trend of grandmama.
No, I can't remember. Let me look.
Like one of the basketball players on Charlotte team or whatever, the Hornets, whatever. One of them, I don't know who it was. Somebody started saying something about like grandmama. Like he would call his grandmama.
Look at it now. He was 5'6", or he is 5'6". He's 61 years old right now. 5'6", weighs 133 pounds. I don't know if is that now or like before? That's his weight right now at the moment.
They didn't have it back when I was playing, but if they would have had the 3-point shot, I would have made quite a few of those. Because that's usually whenever I did score, it was from 3-point land. But they didn't have 3-point. That wasn't in the rules back then.
Yeah, me and my cousin used to pull up and shoot a little bit of ball back in the day, man. I haven't done that in so long.
I think that came along in the 80s, if I'm not mistaken. And Larry Bird, now that's my favorite basketball player right there, Larry Bird.
Yeah, I remember watching him play.
Mm-hmm. He was awesome.
Let's see. Look, no, I can't find it.
Oh yeah, when it comes to basketball, I'm a Celtics fan.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, bro.
Yep.
Wow.
They've had quite a few good players up there in Boston, actually.
Oh shit! Sorry, mute that TV real quick. Oh god. Oh man, I got out there. Had to pick up a bunch of sticks in my yard. I'm tired. Yeah.
Yeah, I had to get out there. I think it was last week. We got out there and picked up a bunch of limbs and sticks and all that, trying to clean it up
Yeah.
so we could get the yard mowed.
It's never ending out here, man. Because I live out here in the woods, man. Like my yard is surrounded by trees, so I mean,
Mine too.
you can pick them up, but you're not even going to dent the sticks that are on the ground. So when you cut the grass, it's like bring, 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 bring. So the sticks hitting the blade. I mean, they're constantly dropping. There's little ones everywhere.
What was that noise?
Bring, 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 bring.
Yeah, I'm out in the country myself,
Same
so I
here.
know what you're talking about. I've got trees all around me
Waiting for response.
Oh,
out here.
Jesus.
There's
Yes,
people that live fairly close by, but they're not so close to where I would disturb them if I got a little noisy. And but you know, really the only time I get noisy is when doing a live stream and we're singing karaoke or something, and you know, that's about the only time it gets loud here. You know, otherwise it's pretty much quiet. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. I got neighbors right in front of me. They're pretty close, but it's still pretty quiet out here. Everybody sticks to themselves. Everybody knows everybody. It's a
Yeah.
kind of a
You
tight
could
knit
break in and
neighborhood.
nobody would know.
Well, I moved out here back in 2017, and I still, you know, I was working two jobs, so when I moved out here, but it was very cheap. You know, the rent. I'm
Mm-hmm.
renting from individuals. I'm not like in an apartment complex or
Oh, same here.
mobile
Same here.
home park or anything like that. It's just, you know, I rent from, you know, I have a landlord, and my rent's very cheap here, very affordable.
When you
Uh,
say cheap, how much?
oh, I'm only paying like 500 a month.
Mm.
That's pretty cheap.
Yeah,
I
mine's cheap, but it's
I
a
would
dump.
be lucky if I found anything cheaper than this, really,
Yeah.
because
I
I
pay
did
about
some
$3.50 a
around.
month for mine. This is fucking dump, bro. I'm sorry, it's a dump.
Well, this is a dump too. It's a dump, but hey, I don't
Yeah.
care. I live here alone,
Yeah, same
and
here.
I'm not really concerned about it looking like prime real estate. You know.
Yeah, I get you.
I can't call her right
I've been
now.
hopefully looking for some place to move, man, but
And I
everything is
don't
so
want her to
damn
know I'm not
expensive.
home.
I know. That's
Makes
just
no
it. That's why I
sense.
don't. My kids want me to move back to the city, and I'm like, it costs too much. And
I
they said, but
swear.
you'll save money on gas and your car expenses and all that. And I said, well, that might be true, but uh, you know, you're not that far away from the city.
What you doing?
And to be honest, by the time you add up everything, it I can't really see it. I would say, you
What
know, I
you
don't
doing?
think it would be a savings. It would probably end up costing me more to live up there, even if
Oh
I could
Lord.
find just a small apartment or trailer or something, you know.
Yeah.
I live in a mobile home
Mm,
too, you know.
yeah. Same
But I
here.
will say this. Of course, you know, if a tornado was to hit, it's not going to matter. Whatever's in its path going to get destroyed anyway, you know. I mean, I've
Mm-hmm.
seen tornadoes just practically just demolish, you know, brick structures, you
Mhm.
know, and that kind of thing. So, you know, uh, and I mean, you know, we get them here, but it's not so often. I mean, it doesn't really bother me. I just, you know, I just keep an eye on the weather whenever they, you know, like say if there is like say a tornado watch, I keep an eye out, watch the weather, and then if there's a warning, I get ready to take cover if necessary. And, you know, I don't, I, I'm not going to let it scare me because I've seen tornadoes literally just, wipe out. And I mean, we've had them wipe out an entire town.
Mm.
Uh, there was a town that's up in the Mississippi Delta, Rolling Fork, Mississippi. I
Hmm.
think it was the year before last. It was either last year or the year before last, but the whole town got just literally wiped out by a tornado. You know,
Mm.
and even this year, there's a town down in South Mississippi that was pretty much done the same way. But I think that town might have been a little bigger, so there may have been part of the town that was spared. You know, if
Yeah.
if they're going to damage, they're going to, I think one of the tornadoes that comes to mind that a lot of people may remember was the one that happened in Joplin, Missouri,
Yep,
back several years ago. It made national headlines, and it
I was
it did,
there.
yeah, it did a lot. It did. I mean, Tuscaloosa, Alabama had one a few
I was there for that one
years
too.
ago. Yeah.
Hello,
Hey,
Celestia.
hey, Celestia.
That year, I witnessed some devastation that I've never seen in my life. Tuscaloosa, I was going through there to get to Florida, and the Joplin one, I had just left the yard in Springfield and headed west. Made it through Joplin and stopped at the Petro right by the border of Oklahoma, 44 there. And there was a bunch of people facing me, pointing at my truck, and I got out, and the fuel item turned around. Yep, there was a tornado tearing up Joplin.
Yeah.
I got my fuel and I went on to California. And the one that really took the cake is when I missed it by about 15, 20 minutes was the
Hmm.
one that destroyed Moore, Oklahoma. I was like, what the hell happened here? It looked like a bombing raid. That's how
Oh
bad it was.
yeah. Yeah. And that's what they'll do. I mean, they'll just, of course, it depends on the size, but these tornadoes that hit these places, they were like major, what, E4, E5 tornadoes.
The one that hit Moore, I told them, I said, you need to do this in EF6 because I mean, I know the neighborhood. You to the right, if you were headed north on 35 going through Moore, on the right you'd see a privacy fence made of wood. It was completely gone,
Hmm.
and there was a nice subdivision neighborhood there. Every house was gone. You only saw concrete slabs. Whatever was left of the trees was the trunk, the stump coming
Right.
out of the ground, and even the freaking grass was gone.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, when they
Scary.
touch down, man, they just
It's
anything
scary.
that's in its past is just going to get wiped out.
It's scary to think what Mother Nature can do
Yeah, it is.
if she wants to. Ugh,
That's for sure.
God, I'd be hell. I think I'd probably be more worried to live in one of those places where they have the tsunamis. Countries that have those. Oh Lord, the worst fear of mine is drowning.
If you're on a high enough hill, you ain't got nothing to worry about. You'd sit there and watch everything float around.
I ain't lying. That'd probably be where I'd live at.
Like what they did in the one that hit Sri Lanka. I'll never forget that one. They were everybody just standing up there. They're watching all the shit blowing by.
Oh yeah.
They're on
Uh-huh.
top of that hill. They're on top of that hill.
Damn. Wonder how many kids died in that crap, man.
Yeah, because they didn't realize that a tsunami was coming because the water receded so far out. I'd have been like, "That's not normal, people.
Yeah, that's definitely a
That
sign.
and that water is going to come back with a
Hmm.
vengeance." I'd have
Hmm.
been like, "Let's get out of here."
Yeah. Wow. They should have
Mm.
like an alert system. They have like an alert system letting people know. That would probably wouldn't
No,
be any good.
nobody knew
Damn.
until it was too late.
Yeah.
Oh
See,
man.
that's the bad thing about tornadoes is they can hit so suddenly.
Mhm.
and you would never know it. You know, a hurricane, you know it's coming.
Yeah, you
know,
got plenty of time
and
to get
you
out of
got
its way.
time to evacuate people and that kind of stuff if you know it's headed your way. But a tornado can just come from out of the sky from just, I mean, and, you know, and they can't really start giving out a tornado warning until they know that, it's very, that it's highly likely that something like that would happen. So, anyway. Oh boy. Anyway,
Oh man. Wait, hold on.
but anyway, I don't know. I try not to worry about stuff like that. I mean, shoot, it's, most days you don't have them, but you never know when that one day could come along, and
My grandma, she is terrified of storms. Like if it's raining hard outside, she won't get on the phone. But she's terrified of storms. I mean, she's been like
yeah.
that since I was little.
Yeah,
My
you
God.
don't live too far from what I call the Bermuda Triangle Highway. I-95 from Richmond, Virginia, all the way down to Miami. I call that the Bermuda Triangle Highway because a lot of times it's pouring down rain when I'm on there,
Oh
and it
God.
rains so freaking hard you can't see.
Oh man.
Chris knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, we get
Yeah, I've
those
been in a
here
few
too.
of those. That's dangerous to drive in weather like that.
Yeah, it is.
Chris, I want to come by and pick you up and go to that pizza place you done ate at with Jigs.
I ain't been there in a long time.
You
What's the
better
name of
get
it?
thin crust if you do.
I forget the name of it. I don't know if it's the same place. It seems like they've changed owners a few times, but the type of pizza they sell is always the same. New York style. These
Yeah.
guys
It's a
that own
mom.
this last one, they're Italian, I believe.
It's a mom and pop place.
Yeah. It's not a franchise. It's like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, they got pretty good pizza.
Yeah, they tend to be better than the Domino's or Pizza Hut.
Oh my God, yes.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
Because with Domino's and Pizza Hut, I say extra sauce, extra cheese. Then you got a pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because they're real skimpy with the ingredients, and I'm
I
like,
don't
this
care
isn't a
for
pizza, man.
Domino's. We don't have anything that would sell like New York style pizza here.
Think something.
So if I get pizza, I usually either go to Mazzio's or I go to Papa John's.
Papa
If you're
John's
ever,
has better sauce.
yeah, if you're ever in the Chicagoland area, the best place to go in the
Uno's.
world for pizza is X Checkers on Hammond Avenue. It's right there in
Uno's.
downtown.
Uno's was good.
Uno's is shit compared to X Checkers. X Checkers is the best.
Oh, okay.
Then I order a deep dish there. Because they
yeah,
hand,
I'm making me hungry talking about
Italian
that.
restaurant.
they hand make their mozzarella cheese. They hand make their dough and everything.
Y'all are making me hungry.
Go out to town.
Going, Josh.
But no, we stopped going to Pizza Hut because we saw a guy that had tits and he wasn't even fat. And he was trying to transition into a female.
Oh my God.
Here we go. Yeah.
He was waiting tables.
And he was waiting on tables, and listen to him. Look.
That's a sound effect.
It didn't really freak us out to get an order from him because he was, we just said, yeah, just at the time, large pizza for two, whatever. And we could tell little tiny breastises were trying to form. And, This was a guy, so he still had
Lordy.
this outdoor plumbing.
Who's doing that sound effect, man? This is hilarious. Oh, dude.
I couldn't resist.
Yeah, see, gays and trans don't bother me. Matter of fact, I cheer for it. I'm like, good, more pussy for me. That's what George Carlin said. Good, more pussy for me.
I never looked at it like that. Hey, that's right.
Yeah, George Carlin said that like 25 years ago.
Oh man, is he still around? Did he pass away?
No, he
No,
died
he
long
passed
ago.
away.
Okay.
Yeah, he was a funny guy too.
Gee.
He passed away in June of 2007. 2008, excuse me.
Ah, okay. Well,
I was in California. I was in Disney, LA, and found it was on the news, on the radio.
yeah. Okay. I remember. Yeah, I think I remember when he passed away. But I couldn't remember how long ago it was. But yeah, he was a funny guy.
I was at the 24/7 truck stop in Bakersfield, California, when I got the news about Robin Williams, and it was that like within an hour of them making the announcement.
And I thought it was a hoax, because a lot of celebrities have a lot of hoaxes on their name, and it wasn't. And the Today Show flashed up on Twitter, breaking news: Robin Williams passed away, and I just cried.
I did too. You
That
lied?
was very sad. I mean, I didn't cry, but that was very sad. I remember when Elvis Presley died.
Yeah, I do too.
I was with my family. We were in Colorado.
Everybody went crazy when Elvis died.
Oh, I know.
Playing a little league baseball game when that happened.
Especially in the people that lived in Memphis. That was. I mean, for the people in Memphis, Tennessee, they lost their icon. That was
All the girls that followed it just cried.
Or they had drippy drawers.
But there's a lot of famous people from Memphis, Tennessee.
Oh yeah, I know. It was
Ray Charles was from there too.
Where are my news?
Morgan Freeman, the actor.
Actually, Morgan Freeman, I think, was originally from Mississippi. Now he probably moved there.
He's from
and lived there.
Memphis.
That's what happens a lot of time. A lot of these, like B.B. King, he was from Mississippi, but he ended up probably in Memphis.
One of the most well-known wrestlers. Well, he did wrestle a little bit, but he was mostly a manager. Was the best manager. He was the best talker as a manager. Jim Cornette. He's from Mississippi.
Yeah.
He's still alive. Doing well. He lives in Louisville, Kentucky, and he has his own. He has his own show on YT, and he calls it the Corny Drive-Through. The reason why he calls it that is because an incident he had years ago. He had a couple of wrestlers in the car with him. He was in the passenger seat, and they stopped off at this place somewhere in Kentucky at a drive-through, and they couldn't get the order right. And Jim Cornette just goes off like he would if he was doing a shoot in wrestling. That's how funny it was.
Right.
So they ended up calling the show the Corny Drive-Through. He was the manager that would always have the tennis racket, and he was made famous because he was the manager of the Midnight Express.
Okay.
I remember now. Yeah. Damn. Got to see
That
at NWA.
and I believe also the Rock and Roll Express too. Both of them.
I was about to say. Yeah.
Well,
oh wow.
You probably don't remember him from the Mid-South, Chris. You probably remember him from Smoky Mountain.
I remember from right here. They wrestled here in Fayetteville.
Yeah, that was Smoky Mountain Wrestling.
Matter of fact, it was NWA is what it was called.
Right. Every time I go through Charlotte, I think of Ric Flair. Woo!
Ted DiBiase, he was from Mississippi.
Yep.
You remember him?
I believe, yeah, it was Jerry the King Lawler. He was the one that started that Mid South there in Mississippi.
Yeah. Well, Ted DiBiase, he lived in a town, Mendenhall, Mississippi, which is only about 5 miles from where I live. And I remember I got a chance to see him one time back in the 80s. I was working at a movie theater there in Jackson. And anyway, he came to a movie there. And man, that sucker was huge. I was like, damn.
Yeah, but it seems like the wrestling world fell off its rocker, after the Attitude Era. It's
Yeah.
like these people don't even have character or charisma at all. It's bland. I mean, the women are good because they got character and charisma. They built their own characters, but these other guys, the scripted shit, it's no.
Yeah.
Because back in the day, the ones that we grew up watching, like Bruce, half the ones I grew up watching, that was all ad libbed. You had to have your own game. It wasn't scripted.
Right.
So you go out there, you're gonna shoot on this such and such, and that's all you knew.
Oh yeah.
But that's what made it work.
Uh-huh.
That's why the best talkers in the business with Dusty Rhodes.
Oh yeah. Yep.
We'll be in movies, baby.
Yeah, they talkers too. I got to step away just a minute. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, Dusty Rhodes and Ric Flair, they were the best talkers towards each other, going at it.
Ah, man.
That's why Ric Flair, Ric Flair, when he was in his 50s, he didn't have to wrestle anymore. He could just walk out into a big crowd and just go, woo! And the whole crowd would go nuts. That's all he had to do. He didn't have to wrestle anymore.
Sean, Ric Flair actually did that at a Comic-Con. He said these people came up that were fans of him. Look, it's Ric Flair. Woo! And then Rick did it woo as he was walking to the restroom. He wasn't really into it anymore, but he literally said woo.
Yeah, but only in appropriate moments when he's live on TV. Yeah, he'll have enthusiasm behind it.
But when they saw Rick come to the table for signing, like he was walking up to the table, all of them waiting in line, and everybody was looking at him. There he is! Fuck yeah! You can hear all chatter.
I met him once, and he patted me on the back and shook my hand out of his way. He goes, "I got to shake this man's hand. I've never heard that before over my ears." I told him, "In order to be the man, you got to meet the man." And then I was putting my stuff down for him to autograph it. He smiled, stood up, walked around the table, and shook my hand, patted me on the. I'd never heard that before.
My dad got to piss with him at the Charlotte airport. He called me and told me about it. I was like, "Dad, really? Did you guys play swords?" "No, I'm just telling you I pissed with him." And the next urinal over. I didn't know it was him until I looked over. He was shocked. He was like, "Let me wash my hands and zip up." And then,
oh boy.
Bruce, he'll come out with a couple of videos a day. Jim Cornette will. It's called the Corny Drive-Thru right here on the YouTube.
Yeah.
And you'll enjoy listening to him because he'll bring you back to the old Territory days. He'll talk about stuff that you'd seen on TV, and he'll give you the details of what happened afterward off camera or in the back room and shit. And it's really interesting.
Oh. Okay.
Like the first hardcore match, and it wasn't called that, but the first hardcore match in history that started it all was what they called the Tupelo, Mississippi concession stand brawl. And at the time, he didn't go by Honky Tonk Man, but that's what he was known by. He was involved in that. It was a tag match. They ended up in the concession stand. And I remember Cornette, he was telling everybody about it. He goes, "The owner said you can do whatever you want. You're not allowed to touch the popcorn machine." And when you watch the footage, you can see them. They're getting real close, but they won't touch that popcorn machine. But there was ketchup, mustard. Oh, man. They were hitting each other with all kinds of shit in the concession stand. They tore it up. But it was in Tupelo, Mississippi.
Okay.
That's really famous. The Tupelo, Mississippi concession stand brawl.
Oh boy.
Shit, that was like back in the late '70s, early '80s. I can't remember exactly when.
Yeah. Yeah, Tupelo had already made a name for itself because Elvis was born there.
Uh huh.
Yeah. And
But all my favorites are all gone. They can't do it anymore. They can't wrestle.
oh, the wrestling,
Yeah.
I don't even watch none of that kind of stuff no more, you know.
Yeah. I only watch it when Kana is wrestling, and she's
Yeah.
been out for a while because of knee surgery.
I think they had WrestleMania. Was it WrestleMania recently?
Yeah,
Everybody
it
was
was in
talking about.
Vegas,
Yeah.
and that's where she lives currently.
Mm.
But once her wrestling career is over, she's moving back to Osaka, Japan.
Wow. Yeah, I might watch a little football or a little basketball or some
And,
baseball or something like that. You know, that's about
and
all sports I watch now.
yeah, and Chris, I would have never watched WWE had it not for me for meeting her over in Japan. This is before she signed to the WWE. She was wrestling for Stardom or JWP. I was over there 3 days with my friend. He was visiting his brother because he was retired. They moved from England over there, him and his Japanese wife, and they were taking care of her elderly parents. And Barry goes, "Let's go to Osaka and watch wrestling." You know, I thought we were going to go watch the sumo wrestlers. You know, those big dudes in diapers or whatnot. No, it was women's wrestling, and we got front row seats, about 4 feet from the ring. And this one came out, and she looked right up at. I think they all thought I was a wrestler. They looked right up at me and smiled, and her eyes just sparkled, and I got a little bit dizzy. Barry puts his hand up on my back, and said, "You all right, mate?" She runs around the other side of the ring. I'm like, Barry, who is that? He goes, "I don't know." I'm like, "You brought me here." That's where, and I kept giving her a hand signal like this. That means, would you like to go for a drink? She smiled at me. I've done it a few times. That's how I first met her. And it was like a month later, she signs to the WWE, and Barry calls me up. He goes, "Turn on wrestling." I'm like, "What channel?" You know, I'm finding it, and I'm like, "Okay, what am I looking at?" And I'm like, "Wait a minute, Barry. That's the girl I asked who it was
Oh,
that I was inviting for a drink." He goes, "Yeah." I said, "Well, my chance of meeting her now is about as good as a one-legged man winning an ass kicking contest."
mm,
Yeah, I'm like, "That's Kana." Yeah, and then she goes by Asuka.
okay.
And I was hoping to bump into her at this place. And I think a guy like me over in Japan at Saka at that time, you wouldn't notice and wouldn't remember what happened. And if I see her again, I'm going to do the same thing. Which I could go for a drink. I want that drink. Because she was amazing. I don't know what it was about her. It's just like unseen force laid a haymaker on me, like boom.
Okay.
Plus, I like, especially Japanese women. They got gorgeous eyes.
Well, guys, I'm gonna have to head out here.
All right.
Going on close to 6 o'clock, and
Thanks for coming by.
oh yeah, you're welcome. Y'all take care.
Yeah, you too, Bruce.
All right, I'll see y'all later.
All right.
Bye bye.
Every time I see him and I say his name and we talk about movies, I think of Jackie Chan's first movie called "They Call Me Bruce." It came out in like the mid '80s. And it was brilliant because Jackie Chan was Bruce Lee's stunt double. Jackie Chan's original job was being a stunt double for Bruce Lee. That's why he did his own stunts in his own movie. Am I still here? Did you guys abandon me? Or did I lose signal?
We're
Oh,
here.
okay.
Yeah.
Man, I haven't seen that movie in years. Where the police tried to say, "What are you doing with those?" and they
I
were nunchucks.
remember
He goes,
it.
"Oh, these ain't nunchucks. These are my chopsticks." And he picks up a chicken leg and starts eating with it. These are my chopsticks.
I remember it.
I wanted to be a ninja so bad when I was a kid. I bought the Chinese stars. I had the little ninja outfit and everything. Crazy to think about that. Fuck. Never happened though. I never got to become a ninja.
But remember Kourtney Kardashian? Courtney?
But the ladies are small in Japan.
The one that was married to Scott?
Yeah.
She just came out.
Yeah, the one Japanese girl I hooked up with, she was an MP in the Air
Well,
Force.
TMZ's announcing that she came totally
I got a
out.
picture of her too.
Yeah.
Not that.
Yeah, they're all like 5 foot tall. They bill Kana as 5'3". I'm like, no, she's
TMZ?
5 foot.
Oh,
The
bro,
show
my high school
TMZ,
sweetheart Maria
paparazzi
Davis,
shit.
she's Korean. She was short, like really
They just
short. She was
announced that
so
she just
adorable.
came
Oh my
out
God.
totally
Like,
gay.
we were the couple
Not
in
in love with
junior high.
herself like the other way.
Dated for
Yeah.
a few years.
Well, they all
My
look
dad was
like
in the
She
military.
wanted to fuck herself.
yeah, they all look like 12 and 13-year-old
She was
girls.
in love with her body.
Yeah.
And one of them said, "I'm 33 years
That
old." I'm like, "I want to see some ID." Couldn't believe it. She was 33.
Flag, that
Wow.
kind of shit.
That's wild.
She's hot as
Holy
fuck.
shit.
But no, she's
I would like to visit Japan though.
lesbian.
That'd be cool.
But you learn pretty quickly, if you're a tall guy like me, you learn pretty quickly that the Japanese ladies don't date Godzilla.
Oh yeah? That's wild.
No.
That's weird. Why not?
I wore a Godzilla T-shirt. I pointed at him like, in a human form.
Let me see here. I'm trying to look at it. Oh, I can't find it. Google ain't
Yeah,
working
figure
right now.
But no, they're amazed. And I learned that big men like Andre the Giant, when he went to Japan, they loved him. I'm like, I figured they would run the other way, No, some girls would just walk up and grab my hand and be looking in amazement how big my hands are, Or they would look me right in the eye. I'd stare them in the eyes because I think they're I love Japanese women with those Asian eyes. Get me every time. That's why when I karaoke'd, I was like, oh my God, I've never seen so many beautiful eyes at once. And then the song started and I karaoke'd it. It was Whitesnake.
Jesus Christ.
Promise right about.
So Ben Affleck is telling his son that he's not going to buy him $6,000 pair of shoes. His son wanted a $6,000 pair of shoes.
Tell his son to go out and get a job.
Yeah, I'd be like,
Yeah, you goddamn right, man. You talking about $6,000 shoes, man? What are you gonna do? Is it an investment? Are you gonna try to flip them?
I'd be like, no. I'm like, no. You're just overly spending money because yesterday, or no, 2 days ago, I found out that because of the tariffs, China said you could just buy your items directly from us. You want that Louis Vuitton bag that costs $1,400? Well, we make the Louis Vuitton bags and we send them back to them, and they just slap their logo on it and charge you out the ass. They're like, these bags only cost us $30 to make. You want to buy directly from us? Give us $40. That just ruined the Louis Vuitton and Chanel and all them other places. You're overly spending unnecessarily. But they'll say, well, that shit's counterfeit. No, it's not. That's their excuse to make you spend more money. It's like, no, they manufacture them for you. You just slap your logo on them and charge out through the ass for them. I'm like, no. Just like BMWs. I laugh at people thinking they're special. They got a BMW. I'm like, go over to Germany. Those are taxis in Germany.
Yeah,
and so is that Mercedes right next to it.
Dang.
They're like, I'm like, have you ever been to Germany? No. Well, then what are you basing it off of? I've been to Germany.
Right.
Been to Berlin. You'll see them all over the place. They're taxis. Some are dinged up. Some of them got half the tires rotten off.
You know, if I had all that money, I would purposely wear bootleg stuff that I knew was bootleg, that imitation looked like it. Because I mean, I got money. Well, I ain't got nothing to prove to you by buying. I got spending $5, $20, $10,000 on some damn shoes or an outfit. You know,
Yeah.
I got. Even if you know I got the money, then is what I got to show you for. I'd rather
Yeah.
keep that money and use it as something better. Maybe buy some land or something, and fuck, I don't
Yeah.
know, help somebody
The-
out.
like I told Josh, last time I was in Vegas, I had to get a rental car from the truck stop, and all they had was a Lamborghini. I said, "How much more is this going to be?" It's an extra 300. I'm like, "Okay, bring it." I hated the damn thing. I hated it.
Wow.
It wasn't built for tall people. My knees were all up in the dashboard. I'll tell you what, this car could get up and go.
Oh yeah.
I felt like I was laying down on the pavement,
Yeah.
And when I pulled up and parked the car and bumped my head on the freaking door, like Dr. Brown did in Back to the Future, bang, I get out and shut the door, and I start walking across the street, and all the girls are staring at me. And I was like, "Is my fly undone?" And that bartender said, "No, they were looking at the car you come pulling up in." I said, "That junk heap? That's a piece of shit. I'm 6'5". It wasn't built for a guy my height."
Hey, what's this here? You keep tabs on wrestling, right? It's something I just come across. It says Rock versus Triple H, WWE drama getting wild. Wonder what's going on with them guys. Is it not like behind the scenes or just like wrestling shit?
I don't know,
Read the comment.
but they're too old.
The Rock's only maybe 50 something.
Yeah, too old. Usually, the career of a wrestler, when they hit 45, that's when they start thinking about hanging it up,
Yeah.
and that's being wishful thinking. Only very few made it past that age because it takes a toll on your body. And the one that took the most punishment, and I'm amazed as how long his career was Mick Foley. I seen him and Terry Funk just literally damn near kill each other. Terry Funk is the only one that could keep up with Mick Foley. That's why when it comes to tough wrestlers, those two. I like when Ron Simmons was talking about Mick Foley in an interview. He goes, "Oh, wonderful people. I love Mick Foley. Totally unorthodox, but you knew going in that Mick wasn't afraid of shit. Jump off of buildings, go through firewalls, land on tacks. He wasn't afraid of nothing." But how Ron Simmons said it was funny.
Leukemia.
But out of all the characters that Mick Foley had, my favorite was always Cactus Jack. That's how he entered the scene as Cactus Jack. That was my favorite.
I remember that. Let me think.
From Truth or Consequences, New Mexico, and he lived in Texas.
What the hell? But there's a new Mountain Dew that's coming out or was discontinued called Mountain Dew Cake Smash.
Yeah, they got a lot of flavors now. They got some of them. I'm like, that looks like dish soap or dishwater.
Oh, that dirty water one?
Yeah, it looks like dishwater when you're doing dishes when you're done.
Yeah. I've actually tried that one. It was okay. They call it mystery flavor.
Secret ingredient is them taking a piss in it.
Oh man, God. I would say something, but no. I don't want to do it. Damn, Grandma's calling again. Jesus Christ. No. Back out. No, back out.
So yeah, we're already over 3 hours 15. Doesn't seem like it.
Well, it's better than doing nothing. Shit. At least I got somebody to talk to. I remember back in the day, 2020 and 21, part of 22, I could find a live stream to go on here and there. I was on different live streams all day long, including you, Chris, when you used to do them. I'd find my way up on a panel constantly during the day. But now it's like they're hard to find anymore. Like you've been the only one for the past couple of weeks now, Josh.
For what? Live streaming?
Yeah.
Nobody else is doing it?
No. Darren's got a good excuse because he's been working a lot of hours.
Right. I try to fit in one, like try to do this as much as I can with my busy schedule now. But I mean, I'm not trying to prove a record or nothing. I'm just doing it.
Yeah, but that would boost your channel while you're working at the nursing home, and you run across a couple of the Alzheimer's patients, and you throw up the Bobcat Goldthwait voice trying to talk to him. Do it on video, record it. I gotta see that.
I can. You know, it's funny. I don't really get like how he was kind of, I don't know how you would put it, but like when he used to scream and stuff, he never really swore. He just yelled. And got
he went from he could go from a manic depressive to a psychotic in a drop of a hat. That's what amazed me about him.
Yeah.
He could sound like a manic depressive and then all of a sudden get chaotic at a drop of a dime. And it was amazing how he was able to do that.
Right. No, I mean, I just sounds like a great idea. I should do it. But like, should I get to know everybody first?
Maybe.
Yeah.
But that was going to be hilarious. No, dude, you got to slide your tandems. There you go.
What am I looking at right now in your truck?
That is the top of my cooler because my battery about went dead on me. I had to plug it into the charger.
Yeah. But yeah,
if I
can always go up to the residents. Some of like maybe the men would probably have a better chance of laughing about it. Like, what is that voice? I remember you and know you for 6 months already. You never did that to me.
Yeah, well, if I ever go out to Vegas and go to that club and karaoke, I'll try to record everything that happens.
I think they'd be more likely to understand it.
They don't know who Bobcat is. They're probably all gone.
No, but they'd understand what you're saying. And those women, they're not going to know nothing.
Oh, Sonny, I just don't know what you're saying. Okay, I'm done.
You'd be lucky if you get any response out of them.
Yeah. You would know, though. You would obviously know.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Well, it's cool if they would have like a comedy night or whatever type of party or something with comedian, wink, wink, and just anything going on and to lighten up their day.
You don't want me in a nursing home because the jokes would fly and people get insulted, and they'd want to throw me out of there.
Josh, we don't like your friend Sean. Okay, well, he wanted to say those words, not me. He can get you fired. Oh, okay.
Just visiting one give you a bunch of good material to joke about.
Have you ever come across YouTube videos and or Facebook clips of a black guy, if you will, dressed up as the Grinch and dancing all the time to music with a vacuum cleaner?
Never seen it.
He would go in nursing homes, he would go in Walmarts and grocery stores and Targets and stuff, and he would just dance to whatever music that he made, that he put together in this vacuum. It's not really a vacuum, it's just a old one that he boosted up with music in it. Like he did a lot of technology to it, and it lights up and plays music, and he just dances in front of people and doesn't care about what people think or say. They giggle, they laugh, they have a good time. They take photos with him. I mean, he's really good at what he does, and I know it's a black guy, but no, it's just the style of dancing he's doing. All that.
There was this.
Stuff.
There was these group of guys. They were on YT. This is a long time ago. They used to go on Walmarts and get on the intercom and start saying a bunch of weird stuff. No profanity, just weird things, and they'd get caught. And they're like, you can't play with that. And then they'd get booted out, right? One of them had the idea of recording a bunch of profanity on a cassette tape and then go into a Walmart and put it. This is back when you still had cassette tapes. They put it in one of the radios and hit play and would just let it play and walk away.
Yes.
You're cussing left and right. They stole my idea. That's why Walmart does not have those screens up anymore where you can watch whatever that they do now, but it's against the wall, and the DVD player that's playing is not where the customer can get at it anymore because of my idea of what them kids did. They put a porno in it. I told them to put a porno on a DVD and just put it in there and play it. They did it. And they did a video of it. It was hilarious. And people just stopped and were giggling. Some girls were going like, "Oh my God," until one of the employees went over there and got it out of the DVD player. But they stole my idea because I put that in one of the messages. Why don't y'all put a porno in one of the DVD players? Sure enough, within a week they had done it and made a video of it.
You remember this guy on YouTube, Tourette's guy?
Yep. He was pre-YouTube.
They did that at Walmart with his "fuck ass," really loud in the radio.
Yeah, well, he was the very first viral sensation doing videos, and he mostly did them for MySpace. YouTube didn't exist then.
Right.
He was the first viral sensation digital creator, and he was from Columbus, Ohio. I don't know if he's still there or what.
He's done a few recent ones, but not really recent like this year. But I think he did.
I don't like him.
Marian doesn't like him because he said, "Fuck."
Because what tipped me off about him, and a lot of listeners, the ones who knew, when he said Jolly Pirate Donuts, anybody that lived near me knew where in the area he lived, because Jolly Pirate Donuts is only in the Columbus, Dayton, and Cincinnati area. So you're talking about southwestern Ohio. So that at first I thought, is he from Dayton? Because he said something about Jolly Pirate Donuts, and then he went to this Kroger, and his son was applying for a job, and he went to the break room. And that's when the janitor came in. "Did you take a shit and leave all that paper in there?" He goes, "It was a good shit." And then he gets all pissed off.
"What fuck?"
Yep. That was at a Kroger somewhere in Columbus.
He's like, no, but fuck.
Yeah, he was big in the '90s before YT became a thing,
Hmm.
and then he just fell off the face of the earth for a long time.
I like how he was on the phone with Colgate toothpaste. He's like, "Yes, I bought your Colgate toothpaste, and it made me feel like a piece of shit." And you hear the operator guy's like, "Sir, are you okay?" "Yes." And he's like, "Let me put you on hold and transfer you to somewhere else." And then the Sting music comes on. He's like, "I hope it's not Sting, this piece of shit."
But it's still debatable if he really does have Tourette's. This is the thing.
Yeah, I think it's all staged or something, whatever. I don't know if he's got it. There was a bird in their house. He's like, "Holy shit!" Like his son comes up and tells him, "Dad, we got a bird in the house. Holy fuck!" He was resting, watched TV. And then his dad comes in and starts swearing and stuff. It looked like Santa Claus.
Yep. His dad, they were at a Walmart. It looked like a Walmart, and there was this black lady, and he goes, "You got a stupid fat ass," and she
Yeah.
smacks the piss out of him.
I used to do that in Walmarts and stuff, like on a scooter. I'd just be riding around getting stuff, and he did that too. He would say, "Holy shit!" He just
Yeah.
yelled it out, and
He backed into a display at the end of the frozen food aisle.
yeah.
It looked like a bunch of cans, and then this display poster type thing came off the top of the coolers and hit him on top of the head.
Bob Saget. Yeah. He used to complain and yell, Bob Saget. He was mowing the lawn, and bees were all around him. He's like, "Bob Saget!" And
Yeah, when he did that video, that's when somebody did their work, and I mean, they really did their work, and they located where that backyard is in the house that he lived in, if he still lives there.
he's a hoarder now. I've seen a new video of his where they got nothing but trash in one of their rooms.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know if that's real or not. If that's not put on.
I don't know, but I was hoping he wasn't going that route. Looked like they had money.
He won the lottery and blew it all.
Oh, he did?
That's the story. That's why his house is full of beer cans and pizza boxes and empty beer cases and stuff. I'm like, okay, if this is put out, where the hell did he get all those cans? That's a lot of cans.
Yeah, this news broadcaster was interviewing a guy that was trying to go for I think it was $1 billion type lottery, whatever. And this lady asked him, "What are you going to do with all the money if you win?" Hookers and cocaine. She's like, "That's the answer I was looking for, but okay." And then she walked away.
Damn. Well, at least he was honest.
$1 billion, hookers and cocaine. That's what he said.
Well,
he sounded so straight. Hookers and cocaine, like he was already He was already looking high.
Well, the last time they had it up to 1.2 billion, the Mega Millions, I was like, man, I'd take a week off, a week or two off, go over in the Philippines and live like Hugh Hefner.
Yeah. I mean, a lump sum out of that is $700K at least after tax, I guess. I would think so. That you would only get about 700 or 800K. Some people just take the lump sum. I'd rather get paid $25,000 a week when they had that stuff going on. Because you have to wait like maybe 15 days for the check to clear if you win 1.2.
Yeah. Cash option, and then you'd have a bunch of hedge fund managers coming out of the woodwork wanting to work for you. I can manage your money. Like, no, thank you. Just give me a couple of bankers.
But if I had 1.2 bill, obviously a lot of people know where I would go and live, but I wouldn't foolishly go spend it. Get like
No.
a one floor house, whatever, because of Marian, and just laugh luxury. Just go on trips, just hang out, do nothing. I don't have to work anymore.
No, me, I wouldn't necessarily invest, but I would buy businesses that normally turn a profit.
I would actually buy at least a jet, at least one, not 6.
Nah, I wouldn't go that far.
They're only 30 million. No, but I just would rather have my own transportation and stuff, and not, pay. Just, I don't know, buy a small house, nothing too fancy, and not really foolishly spend it like that one kid. He won 1.2, 2.1, something like that, and he bought a house in Beverly Hills, Texas.
Yeah, see, that's stupid. I wouldn't do shit like that.
And that's what he did. And then he bought a house on Malibu where it burned down. So his house was involved with the burning down. He could rebuild. I don't know what everybody's going to do over there, but so he lost one of his house to the fire, and whatever. And so he went out and bought homes and cars, and bought his mother a house in Florida, what have you. And all the homes and the cars are paid off. But he dresses like no suit and tie. Like he just dresses casual like me. And really doesn't want to display his funds. Well, the world knows you and they're going to come after you. But he's just displaying it like crazy out there.
Yeah, there's some people that they need to have self-control.
Like, I don't even know if he bought businesses or nothing, like Shaq. Like, he put his money to good use, Shaq did. But I'm saying, like, this guy, he's just, like, swimming in his pools and stuff, like, fuck you, look at me now. You're not ever going to be as rich as me. That kind of attitude problem or something, maybe. But I'm sure he's got plenty of lawyers to help him set it up and put it away, but he's got access to it somehow because he continues to purchase.
Mm-hmm. And that's when you purchase shit, depending on what it is, let's put it this way. I would not look like or live or have a house that would look like I'm extremely wealthy like that. I wouldn't live, in excess like that just because I can't. I wouldn't do it.
He spent $30 million on a house in Beverly Hills instead of buying a jet. Go figure.
Yeah, and people are not running out to go live in Beverly Hills anymore. Matter of fact, a lot of those celebrities sold their house. Gene Simmons was one of them, and he was smart. He sold right before it's really started to get bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them did what he did. They moved out to Lake Tahoe. A few of them did, but mostly they all live around the Nashville area, which a lot of people don't know that. A lot of celebrities live around Nashville.
Right. Yeah, Miley Cyrus and her dad, they live out there. A few others live out there. Yeah, I know. And so Shaq bought he had a house in Orlando, that big one with the blue roof. That was 65,000 square feet. He even had a Lakers basketball court in it. And he even added more to the house before it was long. And you can find it on Google Maps in Orlando somewhere. If you type in Shaq's house or something in the Google search, it'll have maps and stuff.
Yeah, but you know why he lived in Orlando, right?
Orlando Magics.
Yeah, because as a rookie, he was drafted by Orlando Magic. Now, did he go to the Miami Heat before or after the Lakers? I think it was after the Lakers, right? He went to Miami Heat.
Yeah, I believe so. Not sure. But now he lives in Atlanta. Still owns all the businesses that he's got, Papa John's and a chicken restaurant now, and
Well, you don't own Papa John's.
he has stock or ownership or something.
He may have a couple of franchises, but the guy that owns Papa John's is Papa John himself, who started it. He lives outside of Louisville.
But he got accused of fraud.
You really? I didn't know that.
He doesn't own it anymore. He
'Cause
started it, but he doesn't own it.
Because everybody said that the people that have met him said he's the biggest asshole they ever met.
I used to work for them. Yeah, I've heard some stories. In fact, my mother's cousins, whatever, her husband and her, they lived near Papa John's in Louisville, Kentucky, in a ritzy area. And we're talking, and so they used to live near him, kind of. They moved away. Her husband passed and things. So, but anyway, yeah. So, yeah. But I heard he was a dick for sure. And his swimming pool, okay, I've seen photos. You can look him up probably. His swimming pool at one of his homes is shaped as an apostrophe. It's a lap pool. Hello?
It's shaped like what?
An apostrophe?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like he's got a hot tub at the end to make it like an apostrophe. You know, the long line with a dot. His hot tub's at the end of his lap pool, so it's apostrophe. And he has like massage people that come over and, you know, wink, wink, help him out, stretch out the glutes. Ew. But yeah, so he's a rich asshole. He is. If he wanted to, he would probably stab you in the back, literally.
Yeah, but he's so rich. You know, even if he lost the business, he could start out somewhere else.
Yeah. Right, Buns? But they have really good sauce on their pizza. I like the Papa John's pizza. Now I gotta do fucking
Papa
thin
John's
crust.
has gone downhill.
They're expensive as shit though. Like $25 for one large.
That's what I mean. That, and then their crusts come out not right.
Yeah, sometimes not raw, but just too thick. And sometimes I can't eat it.
Or overcooked and burned looking.
Yeah. I guess we lost Sean.
No, I'm still here.
Okay. But yeah.
The best pizza is Little Italy.
A place here near us. It's Sean, if you ever come through this way, please let us meet with you and go there. You're missing out on that type of pizza.
Oh, okay.
The best.
We have
pizza.
to introduce you to that restaurant.
Because pizza, I know best because it's a Chicago thing. Chicago's got the best pizza in the world.
They do. They claim New York does too.
Yeah, the best place outside of Chicago that has the best pizza is a restaurant called Rosati's, and they're very few and far between. There was one in Springfield, Missouri, but they closed down back in 2012, and it was like, no, what'd they close that down for? pizza people don't know what good pizza is. They had they're better than Papa John's and Pizza Hut. I'll tell you that.
Mm.
And the nearest Rosati's to me would be Centerville, Ohio.
Mm.
And the reason why they do really well there is because that's where the majority of the wealthy people live in the areas in Centerville.
So, Sean, let
One
me
that's good in Chicago, in Antioch, is Antioch Pizza.
it's a small town I used to live in, and they got a restaurant called Antioch Pizza. It's really good. You get like a combo, two slices and a drink for $7.
Oh, you're gonna spend a whole lot more money than that at Exchequers. Cost me $45 for a deep dish, but you'd be lucky to finish one slice because there's a lot of cheese on that pizza.
So, Sean, next time you head this way or you're around or in our state, you've got to give me a call or do something because I would like to meet up with you, either dinner on you or us. It doesn't matter. We need to introduce you to this place that we go to.
Mostly it's just a timing thing.
Right.
You know, if I'm stretched for time and I got to get someplace.
Yeah, just let us know if you want to do something.
Because I have the best opportunity to meet everybody on YT. It's just nothing's ever worked out. The only person I met out from YT is Darren, and that was 3 years ago. Over 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And that was the last time I went. I took a load to Canada too.
You'd be off Highway 52.
He knows.
Yeah, because they
The King exit.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of trucks aren't going to be going through there anymore because they completed 74 to I-40.
Mm-hmm.
They did a good job on it too.
Good.
But
There aren't any restaurants on 74.
really, there isn't. Just exits.
Yeah, well, I can see them going to pretty soon build a couple of truck stops along there.
Yeah, but truck stops haven't got good stuff.
Have you ever traveled through Greensboro on your way east or anything?
Yeah.
Well, there's a really good place. How about this? There's a really good place called Carolina Diner. It's at the Greensboro Airport exit off 68, off I-40, Business 40. And sometimes I see truckers pull up to the side. They don't pull into the parking lot because it's tiny, but they pull up to the side to grab something, or they just park their rig and then walk in and go eat and then head out. But it's a really good place, inexpensive meals, whatever. But there's a lot we could do in Greensboro if you happen to swing through. Off I-40, just let me know. I'll go. I won't say I'm going to go anywhere to meet you, but like within an hour or 30 minutes or 45 minutes or so, and we could.
Yeah, there's this interesting place in Delaware. I delivered, I believe it was potatoes to this warehouse. They make potato chips. And right next door is a bar and grill. And they had the best crab stew you could have. Or it was lobster stew. I can't remember. It was really good. But they also have this burger. And I posted it on a picture, and I gave them a review on Google. And it's huge. There's no way you could eat it all. It's a lot, okay? And it's called a home wrecker. And I remember this guy came up and put an order in at the bar. He said home wrecker, and I said, that's the funniest name for a burger. He goes, yeah, I know. My wife ordered it.
There's one in Vegas where you got to wear a doctor's coat or whatever, patient thing. But
oh, you're talking about the heart attack. That's in Dallas, Texas.
And Vegas, yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm still here.
Okay. Long Pride. Doodly dee 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 dee. I don't see anybody in the chat. I don't see anybody. Uh, I broke my nose. Come on, man. It's only 11 skids, and the skids were not even thigh high. I mean, it was all the same shit. Why is it taking them so long to count this crap? And I still got crap on me, according to my weight, right? Ugh. Well, I'll wait till Josh.
Okay, Sean, I'm back.
Oh, okay.
Can't
Must
hear
have been
you.
important. You can't hear me?
You're very, very muted or low.
All right, hang on. How about now?
No.
Let me try this again. Hang on. Okay, what about now? That didn't work either?
No.
That doesn't make sense.
Can you go back down and come back?
Yeah. I reset my headset and on the options here. And you look
Oh,
around my
wait. Hold
avatar,
on
you
a
can see
second.
the.
My volume was down. Sorry.
That'll do it. It's getting dark already. They're still getting the rest of the shit off of me.
That was Marian's cousin. He's like, "You got ducks over there? What am I listening to?" I was like, "No." So you're down for the night?
Probably after I get unloaded out of here, I'll go to the nearest truck stop if I can find a parking spot, and then shut down. I don't know. Is Darren doing a live stream tonight or no?
He was going to try to do one and rush himself to do it, and he's like, "I'm hoping to get home at 9:30 or a little bit after," because he doesn't even have one scheduled. He plans to. He told me yesterday he plans to do one, depending on what time he gets home. And he only said it would be 1 hour because he would be tired. Fuck, man, I've already been on here 4 hours. I had to use my other email just to sign on here.
Yeah, I somehow buy another mount where I put my phone in it while I'm on my laptop, and my phone can hold up and can show you the screen. But I don't know if anything that could do that.
If I do 5 hours, that's I'm sorry, that's a bit much, but at least I'm not at late night, I'm not doing it way late.
Yeah. Well, at least people know when they're coming in here, they know if I'm around, they're gonna get entertained.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Somebody was coughing.
I'll be acting like Russell Crowe in The Gladiator. Are you not entertained?
Mm-hmm.
And part 2 of Gladiator, I don't understand that. And I'd like to see that, but I'm like, why did it take them so long to make a sequel to Gladiator? And what is it going to be about? Is what I'm wondering. What I was told, it's about Comicus's nephew. I forgot his nephew's name, but he liked Maximus.
Okay.
But see, they used actual historical figures, but it didn't. No, that did not ever happen. The one that the Comicus did not get killed in the arena. He did fight, and he became a champion. It was Nero that he was betraying, but they went ahead and gave him the name Comicus. What the hell are you doing? There was really no historic significance. They just needed to make a good story. And Maximus didn't exist. He was a fictitious character.
Okay.
But the Caesar, the old man, I forgot that Caesar's name. He did exist. And his son and his daughter.
But anyway, I'm probably going to call it a night on here, if that's all right.
Yeah. I got an idea. Why don't you try calling JW?
Here we go. Okay, we can try.
Watch this. He answers this time, and we get entertained for another hour or two.
Mm-hmm. It is Friday night, so I don't know if he's partying or hanging out with celebs or what. He does do that. He goes out to eat with co-stars.
People that he worked with, right?
Yeah. Yep. Give me a second. I love how he answers. I mean, he's not rude or anything. Hey, how are you? It's been a while. And it was only 2 weeks ago. But to him, it's like a lifetime because of his dementia.
I'll never forget when Matt Light called me for the first time. Don't you know who this is? Oh, here we go.
Hello.
Hey, GW, this is Josh. How are you?
Hey, I'm okay.
How's your week going?
Not too well, but that's all right.
Okay. I wish I could do something for you.
I do too. I wish you could cure this back.
Cure the back? I'm really good at massages.
Well, that's not the problem.
Oh, okay.
Not the problem.
But I thought because it was Friday, I thought maybe you were out and about with friends or something.
No. I have some friends coming over from out of town. Coming
Okay.
over to say hello.
Okay. I plan on doing that too. I'm trying to save up and come on out and see you. So,
Okay.
yeah, I can't put a date on it yet. My wife's going into a nursing home in a few weeks, so it'll just be me, like it was before. So, but anyway, I will keep you notified on that and let you know what's going on. But I just wanted to check on you, sir.
Yeah, well, let me know what's happening.
Definitely, I love you. You take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
That was awesome, Josh. I was like, I better mute.
There you go.
That was cool. We finally got, how many times? You called him like 2 or 3 times before we finally got him to answer.
Yep. He's like, I have back issues, back problems. I said, I'm good at massages. Well, that's not what I need, but okay.
He sounded good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes he can sound like he's completely normal.
Yeah. And then some days he's like, well, I don't give a shit. Just talk to you later, okay? And then, but anyway, there you go. Your dick got hard, didn't it?
I was like, I heard it ring for the 3rd time and then nothing. And I was like, did he answer?
Sure
And then
did.
when I heard him respond, I muted. I'm like, holy shit, he answered.
Yeah. But I always give him updates and let him know I want to come out and see him again. But no offense to you, man, but I told him it'll just probably be me.
Yeah,
But I could take you. Remember what they said?
yeah.
Things could change. Because we still have a
I
free
do
flight,
want-
Sean. We have Spirit Airlines credit. We have a free flight.
I do want to go to California.
I know.
Yeah, I used to not mind flying, but taking those trips, on the other side of the planet or to Europe, it's like, I hate flying. I hate it because it takes so damn long.
Yeah, it's 18 hours to Philippines. That's what I was told.
Well, I flew out of LAX every
Well,
time,
they,
and it took 13 and a half.
they tell
Sir,
you it's 4, and
Ends up
it
feeling like
ends up
6.
being 6.
yeah, it takes 13 and a half hours to get from LAX to Tokyo.
Okay.
And that's just going from this side of the country
Like we would leave from
to California.
we left from Nashville a couple times to go out there, and it would say 4 hours on the itinerary, and then we end up sitting on the plane. It's like, come on, get the fuck there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
typically from coast to coast is 5 hours. Typical.
Right. And I took United, and that was exactly, and I'm not even joking, not even exaggerating, not making it up. It was 3.5 hours. I thought that was amazing and quick.
Yeah, but I just don't like being cooped up in a plane that long, you know.
Right. But for the over the water trips, right? They usually feed you, correct?
Oh yeah, but what made it better was when I went with Barry. We were like 2 hours in. We were right over Vancouver, Canada, but over the water. But by Vancouver, Canada, you can still see land. And it's like Barry goes, Sean, let's get sloshed. And I'm like, all right. You know, I had a couple shots of tequila, and I was like, woo! I was feeling good. I got up and I just started telling jokes. You know, like I was doing a, open mic night. I was entertaining the people. A lot of people were looking at me like, they were getting into it. Some people thought I was crazy, but a lot of them didn't understand the jokes. A few people would laugh, that'd get it. But the jokes I was telling would usually bring the house down. But with them, it's like you're dead. But that's what I remembered, and I shared it with everybody. Eric Idle from the show
British guy.
Monty Python's Flying Circus. He goes, nothing's more funnier when you don't get to laugh.
Mm. So did you get moist in your britches when you heard GW finally?
Oh, I got excited. That's why I had to mute, because I didn't want. You're like, who the hell was that? Oh, that was another Proctor. Leave him alone.
For just an hour.
Sorry?
I don't want to go out there for just an hour.
No, okay. Hold on. Let us clarify that. When I was looking at Google Flights, I was like, Marian, you want to go out just for the day? And then I explained it. I said, well, we would leave at like 11 a.m., 2 p.m., something like that, 3, 5, whatever time it is. And then we would for example, we would leave at like 11 a.m. from Charlotte. We would get there at like 2, something like that. And then I look at the return trip for that one day coming back. And I would say to Marian, I was like, we got 8 hours to kill out there. We can do a lot in 8 hours in LA. So I look at it and, I bring it up to her. I says, we can go just for the day. We've got a free flight. We don't have to worry about hotel, all that shit. Nothing. Just go.
If you took me to meet him, I'd be pushing making it a few hours with him. We're going to go to a couple clubs or something. Make sure he has a good time, which he probably doesn't have very many.
Right.
Well, that's true.
He doesn't much socialize because he's older. But he does when it comes to sit-down restaurants like Nobu and Malibu and things, like ritzy places. I asked him one day, the first time we met him, I said, we're going to come out and see you. But where do you want to eat at? Like Denny's or something? Oh, no. Not Denny's. I won't be seeing at Denny's. No.
If it's a ritzy place, you know what I'm going to have you do, right? We're all sitting at the table. There's all these rich folks around us. I'm going to order a shrimp cocktail, right? And when it comes, I'm going to slide it over to you. And I'm going to say, take one and throw it at my face. Believe me, I'll catch it with my mouth. Because a friend of mine, we did that in Chicago. A childhood friend of mine, we thought of it. Let's do what they did in Blues Brothers. So Danny, out of the blue, just take shrimp out of the cocktail glass, threw it right at my face, and I caught it. Like, hell, man, just go ahead. The rich people would be looking like, what the hell are they doing? That would show him a good time.
He'd probably get on to me like Proctor. What the hell are you doing that for? He's your friend.
Oh, I was hungry.
Oh, yeah.
As I'm chewing the shrimp. Oh, I was just hungry. And he knew it.
And then he would kind of say, like, oh, couldn't you pick it up with your damn hands? You know, like eat it yourself? Why did he have to throw it at you? That's rude.
Yeah, my object would be to get him to laugh. I mean, really laugh.
Oh, I did. I did. I did. That's that time we had that accident. We ate at this Greek restaurant. He didn't have his money with him, remember? And I kind of told him, I said, sir, can I do a couple of your lines from Police Academy? Oh, no. I know what I done said. It's fine. You don't have to do it. I said, can I please just, I kept bragging. I kept wanting to. And I told him, basically, I loved it when you got snooty with all the cadets. I mean, you were just like, don't unpack. Just different things with Hooks and Tackleberry taking the gun. Can I borrow that for a minute?
See, it satisfied the way he was because he wanted to be a serious actor. He didn't talk about doing comedy, but with him being for real and serious, made it funny because being snooty, he was serious, but it made him a funny character.
Yeah. And then we happened to watch Chips one day, and he plays a DUI character. He gets pulled over by Punch. And I was like, no way you were in Chips. I asked him, I didn't know you were in Chips. Yeah, that was a
DUI.
It was because he was driving while impaired, whatever. And he gets out and handcuffed and wearing suit and tie in the 70s, and it's hot as hell in California. And he gets out. He's trying to play it. He did the same shit with me. He tried to play it off with the cop, and he's like, I only have my passport to show proof who I are, and the cop says, I'm still not going to let you drive your car, sir. Sorry. I'm just, mentally you're not, you had an accident with that family. We just, it wasn't bad. Nobody died. You're good. Oh, thank heavens. I'm glad nobody died. They're really nice, and he tried to work things out with the family. And my name's G.W. Bailey. I'm an actor. I've got money. Don't worry about it. I heard the whole thing. I kind of just followed him like a little, like his shadow or something. Like I was like his mini-me, like, come here. I went up. I just kept, like, when he was talking to the family and he came back to me, he said, Josh, can you drive? Yes, sir. Are you licensed, though? And I told him straight out, unfortunately, sir, no, I'm not. But I can get you to your house down the street. No, I kept trying to help him instead of sitting there all day figuring things out. I said, can we just pull over and let me drive you home? So you don't have to call your family or anybody else? I mean, this is before the accident. And he was like, do you have a license? I was like, no.
Yeah, I would have recorded it. I would have set up the camera rolling and just put it in the dash where you can see the both of us and not let him know about it and just go along. Whatever happens.
Yeah. No,
but if me in the car, you driving, him in the passenger seat, I'd be in the back seat and I'd be like, Mom, Dad, are we there yet? I'm hungry. I'd be saying some funny shit,
One thing, incident where TMZ needs to be there.
Yeah, TMZ caught him out and about when he was younger, like 70s range. He was out and about at dinner, out on the sidewalk. Paparazzi came and found him, TMZ, and they asked him stuff. GW, are they ever going to make a part 8? Well, if they bring everybody fucking back, they bleeped it.
That's hilarious.
I would be another one. I'm out of work actor. At the time he was still doing things, but it kind of slowed down because of stuff. So,
they could bring him back, but make him as the commandant.
Basically, that's what he would be next. So After captain, I think it's commandant or something, but whatever.
And then Proctor would have to be like the assistant commandant, you know.
Yeah. But then what if GW got sucked off like Lassard did? There was a whore that sucked Lassard off.
I was just like, JW, just be yourself.
And I can see GW trying to be like Lassard's character, filling in his shoes, if you will. And, you know, doing desk jobs, not really going out on patrol and doing all that kind of stuff. But because Lassard was a desk job, I mean, his, you know, the chief as well. But
still give him the megaphone. You know, people are coming across there with an attitude to his desk and just have him pick up the megaphone and start using it.
so
That'd be hilarious.
He got out of the police car in part 4. He gets out of the car with his stick. You know, he always holds it like this when he gets out of the car. You know, shakes it and everything underneath his pit. So he gets out. He's holding it. He's like, you know, doing all this little smooth shit when he gets out because everybody's like, boo. You know, you could hear him in the background booing him and saying, come on. You know, you could hear all the cadets just complaining. And so he's acting all professional. He gets out of the car doing this, stands near the car, and all of a sudden a bird shits on his shoulder. Like, seriously, and Michael Winslow made a noise, you know, and like the whole thing. And it's
they could get Winslow to come back as like maybe an instructor, and there's only a few of the originals they would need to come back. You know, the guy that played Proctor, maybe. But Michael Winslow, I know, definitely would do it.
Mahoney would come back.
But a new crop of students, who are some funny actors that would fill the roles? That would really have an impact.
Comedian-wise, maybe? I don't know. Actors?
Well, not all of them have to be comedian. Just, you know, if they played a comical role of some sort, you know.
Yeah,
Jack Black, depending on how old is Jack Black? I think he would make a good one.
Probably near 60, in his 50s somewhere, late 50s.
Oh, geez, he's getting a little too old. Well, maybe it would work. You know, you get some actors at his level that are really hilarious. Yeah, that would be a hell of a movie.
They got to do some physical work. So, Jack Black at 60 and 70 may not be able to do it.
So here's the deal. They thought about bringing Shaq back for being Hightower's nephew.
But Shaq is getting old.
Yeah, he's about hitting 60s or something. But I'm saying, like, for part 8, they were trying to, like, Michael actually said this in an interview, that they were trying to hire Shaq to be a cop, to be Hightower's nephew. And he's already played a cop in the second Grown Ups movie with Adam Sandler. He already played a cop.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Or a security guard, something like that. I don't know. But and when you see Shaq, he's just tall as shit. But Michael literally said that in an interview that they were going to bring him back to play that role. But it didn't happen because everybody was dying. Sad thing.
But you got to be with the times. And what would make good comical humor is bringing in somebody that's trans. That'd be brilliant. Because
Caitlyn Jenner.
In Police Squad? Well, Caitlyn Jenner's kind of old, though. You got to have some young people in there. Yeah. In their late 20s, early 30s.
Adam Sandler. I don't really like him as an actor, but he's okay.
Why do they have to be?
He could fit the role. Adam Sandler could fit the role of like a Bobcat Goldthwait character. Kind of crazy, yeah.
You're trans too. You're fat. So I'm sorry.
Yeah, he could fit like the character like Bobcat Goldthwait.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy and out there a little bit.
Right. David Spade, because he was in part 4, they could bring him back. He's around mid-50s or so. And Adam Sandler's near 60 as well. He's in mid-50s, 60s somewhere. Let's see. If you want young people, I don't know. I mean, Jimmy Fallon, he does movies too, but you got to bring funny people or something, not really like stern actors.
Uh-huh.
But there's a lot out there that they could pull from a list, for sure. Chris Farley would be great, but he's no longer with us.
If he was alive, yes. Chris Farley would have been excellent.
Yeah.
And with that, you'd have to bring David Spade in.
Yeah.
Comical movies.
Yeah.
And he was pretty good.
Who are we talking about?
Jimmy Fallon.
He's done movies, yeah. They're not the greatest, but yes.
Well, they were good enough.
Yeah. He did a movie with Queen Latifah called Taxi. Jimmy Fallon. It wasn't all that great. But if you're talking young people, I mean, a lot of young ones coming up, but maybe Kenan Thompson, being black, he could play something of Hightower's kids or something like that. He played at Fat Albert. He's got the talent for it, but Kenan Thompson's from SNL. So, I mean, there's a huge list of young actors. I don't know. They have to be funny, not stern, not tight asses. Because they picked a great group in part 1 and 3 and 4 and shit. So, I don't know if you saw part 2 when Mahoney was being trained by that guy that had the huge dog. And he was a trashy person. Like, he would eat bugs that would be on a candy bar from a trash can that some homeless guy threw away. He's like, if you eat around it, it'll be really good. He's starting to gnaw on it. And he's like, you want some, Mahoney? No, I'm good. Thanks. But he didn't like this guy too much, but he was his trainer. He's like, go out on patrol with me. And then they started smoking up smog in the tunnel because they were like traffic patrol. So they sat on the side of the street watching traffic and trying to prevent accidents and stuff. And the guy was throwing a ball out in the middle of the road. What happened to you? I guess I was talking to myself.
There we go. Sorry about that, Josh. I got a phone call and it knocked me off. That was Walmart. That was Walmart. It knocks me off like that. And then I'm like, okay, I'll be on my way. And then I got off the call and tried to get back in here. It's weird.
I was, I guess, talking to myself for 5 minutes.
No. About maybe 20 seconds, if that.
Okay. No, I lost my train of thought. So yeah, there's a lot of people out there that they could go from a list to, but so yeah. Part 8 would be fun. I'm sure. See, GW needs a hearing aid for somebody to tell him his lines. He wouldn't be able to remember them though. So,
or you could have him on a poster board really big where he can easily read them by the camera.
right.
Read off a cue card.
One of those machines that they have in the studios.
Teleprompter.
Yes. That would give them their script.
Words, sentence, their lines. Yeah.
Yeah, so we know JW would only be good behind the desk. which would be all right. You just put the megaphone there. First response, you would just pick up the megaphone, just start talking to them through the megaphone there. There's some
Or the
decent,
other,
it
the
would
other
work.
thought, yeah, the other thought could be because occasionally he can't stand long periods of time, so he could be wheelchair bound in the new one. Because if he has to stand in the crowds, nobody's going to see him, but he's going to be sitting in a wheelchair now. That's how I've seen him. I mean, that's how he gets around now out of the car. So I don't
Well,
think
he can.
he can walk that far either.
Yeah, we could get him out of the chair and into a regular, out of the wheelchair into a regular chair.
Yeah. He also said to me when I told him, I said, "Can we go like to Universal or do something like hang out there and stuff? Are you able to walk or something there?" "Oh, I'll go to Universal. A lot of times we'll have premieres there or Walk of Fame stuff going on there and stuff, whatever, in the studios." And so he's been there. He knows of it. I think as an actor, I don't know. I'm guessing with his experience and or what they would notice when he comes into Universal, that maybe he could
Josh, give me a minute. I just got to run and get my paperwork. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. Buns, I'm gonna go take a piss. So when he comes back, say hey. I'll be right back. Okay. We're almost on here 5 hours. It goes pretty quick. It doesn't feel like it though.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Not at all.
Well, you haven't been listening to a bunch of men talk.
But I'll probably be done at 5 hours for sure. We got about 30 minutes or so for 5 hours. And nobody showed up except Sean and Adrian, Bruce.
Are we gonna have dinner?
I didn't know you were hungry, Buns.
Yeah.
Can I go at least till 5 hours and we'll call it a night?
Depends on how long that is.
30 minutes from now. That's what it said on the timer.
Well, I've already gone way long a time.
Okay, complain. That's why you're going to a nursing home. Did you come back?
Well, usually we aren't on these 5 hours.
No, we are.
There we go.
I'm here. Just getting a drink. No, I was just saying, GW said he wouldn't mind hanging out at Universal, and I told him one day, I says, "Can we just go meet there? We'll meet you there. Whatever, take us there. Whatever we have to do." He's like, "Yeah, we could do that sometime. Sure, yeah, I could do that." But unfortunately, he's wheelchair bound, so he can't really walk. So, but he did say he wouldn't mind doing that. That would be an outing, and he would cover meals or something. Fuck, man. And you know what I miss? Bubba Gump Shrimp. That is like the best place at Universal.
Yeah, we had one at Kings Island when Kings Island was owned by Paramount.
That's the hard part.
What, getting to the restaurant or the park?
Getting to California.
But we made it. Let's don't argue about that. We still had a good time. He already knows that story.
Yeah, for me, getting to California is easy. They just got to give me a dispatch.
But how often do you go to LA? I mean, is that all you do when they ask you to go out there?
Most of the time when I'm going to California, it's in the LA area.
Okay. And you would take a few days to hang out, or what?
I wish. I'm lucky to have, that evening and or pick up or deliver the next load the next morning. If I'm lucky. I can reconnect the trailer and everything.
So let us know if you want to do that. I mean, and plan it correctly, and we can try to meet up or something. We'll buy a ticket. We'll come out.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't know if I'm going to California, and usually, like, say I'm on the East Coast, like in Florida, and they give me a California load, like Jacksonville to Van Nuys. That'll take me 3 days to get there. So you'll have 3 days to get there. And if you take off the first day, you'll beat me there because it's only a 5-hour flight for you.
It'd take us 14 hours to get there from where we are now.
14 hours to go where?
Florida.
Yeah, 14 hours to go to Florida.
From Jacksonville to Van Nuys would be straight Interstate 20. I'd go through Texas and I-10.
Yeah. Well, if it takes you 3 days, we could Greyhound across. We thought about that too. It is cheaper one way. But I'm not going to let my credit go to hell because of this fucking real ID stuff that we need to do. And I've got a year. I've got a year to use it. So.
Oh, we could fly.
Right. But we have to do it before May 7th to get our shit straightened out.
Yeah, real ID bullshit.
Yep. Can't go on domestic flights if you don't have it.
Well, they got in Ohio, you have to have a star on your CDL or driver's license in order to fly domestically. Like right here. See that? You got to have that star.
That's what they want us to have here.
So I'm already good to go.
And why is yours green?
Green?
Your ID, the whole thing, is it green or blue? I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
A bluish green.
Okay.
Because mine's a CDL.
Okay. So why is your name Sean Patrick when I saw Moore?
Because Moore is my last name.
Okay, so you do your first and middle?
I think it did the last name, then the middle, then the first name.
Oh.
Why? That was weird.
When we got 20 minutes, it'll be 5 hours. I thought I would tell myself, I'm not going to do this again.
Well, on the 4th hour is when you call JW.
Yeah. I know it's worldwide. Everybody's going to see this if they do. But how cool is that, though? I bet you your ass cheeks kind of got crazy.
It would have been cool if you utilized your background and had a picture of him and put it in your background while he was talking.
Yeah. Yeah, I could do that. But like I said, I only talk to him about once a week or so if I can, if I get a hold of him. But I tried 3 times this week. He hears perfectly, but the way he acted in his car when I was whispering to his grandson, he's like, I can't hear you. And I thought it was hilarious. I Googled up the storm. How many phones do you have?
I just have one.
Oh,
I'm doing my depart shipper on my Qualcomm here.
We're ordering pizza.
I only have 40 bucks. I can't have.
They don't cost that much. It's $6.99 at Domino's.
Plus tax and delivery. So maybe
Oh,
so.
Jesus Christ.
What now?
I hit the wrong one.
Mm.
Now I don't know how to clear it out. There we go. Depart receiver. Duh.
What?
I was going to make us something. This isn't your last meal. You still got 2 or 3 weeks. You're not dying.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And we don't ever have anything but salads.
We've got plenty now. Okay, don't talk about that on here. I don't want the world to know about our problems. Sean says, who has problems? You? Oh. Anyway, Sean, we can wait 20 minutes and make it 5 hours, or we can call it a night.
Yeah, we can do that. We can wait another 20 minutes.
Okay. Because I had to switch my accounts over. Like my original account on here, I have to wait till the 27th of, to start over. So I put in my other email and started this other account here. So
There we go. No. Pull forward. And I'm going to slide my tandems back to the front and shut one door. Ugh.
and this chat so died. Nobody else is here.
Oh, that's all right. They'll keep coming around. I'll be like, Josh is still going? Yeah, y'all missed the phone call. You'll have to go back and watch the replay.
Yeah.
If they only really knew who GW was or is.
I know the foreign people we know, they don't know American celebrities at all.
This guy was well known and instantly noticed by people who grew up in the 80s.
Can you believe they made 7 besides the 7th one, but they made 6 of them in the 80s and the 7th was in 94? They knocked him out. Every 2 years they were making one. From 84 was the first one till 88, 89. I'm not sure what, something like that. I think part 5 was 88. Part 1 was 84. I don't remember what number 6 was. 89, 90. I'm not sure. And then 7 was 94.
Yeah, who would be an attractive female to throw in there?
Kim Cattrall was in part 1. She can come back.
There's to add a character like Hooks. There is this Japanese comedian, female. She is hilarious. She'd be great in it.
Aquafina?
That might be her. I can't remember the name, But she would be like a Hooks character, you know, to fill that role.
Yeah, Margaret Cho. She's Asian. She's a comedian, Margaret Cho. She's lesbian, but whatever. But I would rather hang out with Aquafina. She's funny.
Is she a Japanese comedian?
Actress, comedian, yeah, kind of, yeah. Both. Yeah.
And she
More
spells it A-W, however you spell it. A-W is to remember the first two letters.
Yeah, A-W-K. Aqua. There's no Q-U. There is a U. F-I-N-A, something like that. I don't know how it's spelled, but A-W-K-U-F-I-N-A. I don't know. It doesn't it's not spelled the same how it sounds. So.
Yeah, you got to have an assorted cast of characters. That's what made it great.
Yeah. Now, I hate this actress. I despise her. She's not funny. Melissa McCarthy. She could probably.
I don't know her.
She's not funny to me, but
yeah.
She played in a few movies, and
yeah. I'll be right back. I got to shut my door and hand them this page from the shipper. I'll be right back.
Wister. Come see me.
Josh,
What?
my diaper is sagging.
Well, pull them up. I know what you mean.
Yeah, but it keeps on sagging.
Because it's losing like tightness buns throughout the day. So it will slide off or get loose or hang. Also,
I can't believe
why?
I can't believe it's still like the Hound of the Baskervilles here. The fog has not lifted.
Yeah. Anyway, Sean, Marian needs a little help right now, so it's about 10 minutes till 5 hours.
Oh, we gave it a good effort.
Right.
We'd have kept JW on the phone a little longer. That would have worked.
I don't like to keep him, but there's a lot that I want to talk to him about and just randomly just shoot the shit. But
yeah,
he was busy watching TV or doing something. But I can't believe I don't ever share this with him if you meet him, but he won't remember this. I actually, when we ended up going to his house that night, finally, he had to take a piss, right? So I was like, where are you heading, GW? Back here. I said, okay. Are you all right? You need anything? No, I think I'm good in this department. So I kind of followed him to the hall back there to his bedrooms. I thought he was going back there, doing something, whatever, so he doesn't fall. But he went to the bathroom. I was like, oops, sorry, sir. I didn't mean to, catch you in there. I didn't say that to him, but I was like, oh, he's taking a piss. I got to turn around and go back out to the living room there. And I could hear him drizzling away. I was like, Jesus Christ, you're loud. He didn't queef either. Most men queef when they piss, but
we all fart.
Yeah.
Some of them, like a fart runs down their leg at the urinal. And it's like, God damn, man.
Runs down their leg? Really?
Yeah, it's like, can you take a piss without farting? I mean, I can.
I mean, you said running down your leg with the fart. Usually a fart.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. Some of these guys, fart just runs down their leg. It's like, gee, Jesus.
I can just see that in front of you or something. Like just you standing there and all of a sudden, it's like, whoa, come on. Trying to eat. Somebody farts next to you. I've heard ones that sound like they have machine guns in the toilet when they're just pissing. And then they think nobody's around, then you try to hold in giggles.
Not me. I let it go. I go in and take care of my business. I'm not in there for conversation.
Hey, man, how you doing? Man, you suck. And they walk out there. Fuck.
That was one time I felt like I had to take a shit really bad, and I was almost running to the restroom. And you ever had one of this happen to you before? You get there, you made it to the toilet, you sit down, you let this enormous fucking fart, right? It's so enormous, the toilet flushes all on its own. And
Whoa.
you're like, damn, I didn't even have to go.
Yeah, no, I hate those automatic toilets, though. They just kind of make your asshole wet while you're trying to go.
Yeah, but that's what happened.
They go off 3 or 4 times while you're sitting there. It's like, I'm just trying to wipe. Give me a chance to get up away from it so I can watch it go down.
Not me. I farted so loud that the damn toilet flushed all on its own. It's like, Jesus Christ. I didn't even have to go.
That's another way of the toilet applauding you for doing that. Yay! I've heard men in the bathroom when I'm going, like 1 or 2, and I've heard men sound like Tyrannosaurus Rexes in the bathroom. They're screaming so loud out of their cheeks. Oh God! Ah!
Jeez.
Yeah. I mean, it's not disgusting. It's like you try to hold in your lap. It's like, Jesus Christ, boy, what'd you eat? Bite your lip and give it hell. And then some of them like to play the skin flute in there, like they're playing musical chairs. It's like, okay, I had enough of that.
I don't understand the guys that sit in there for 10, 15 minutes. Me, I'm in there for maybe 2, 3 minutes and I'm done. They must have some serious colon issues.
You take a shit in 3 minutes?
2 or 3 minutes, yeah.
Okay, but what if you have more to do and you get up and go? It's like, I just wiped, and then you had to go again. But you're a trucker.
Never happened.
What?
It doesn't happen to me. The reason is because I, like I said, I have a lot of fiber in my diet. Always have my whole life, and I take good care of my colon, I guess.
So it just shoots out when you go.
And when you've got a good, healthy colon, you don't have to strain. You're not constipated.
Well, you drink a lot of water, probably.
And that too.
My mother said that. She's like, drink water. It'll easily slide out if you can't go.
Or actually eat some sliders from White Castle.
Oh
for you, it'd be known as Crystal.
Yeah, we don't have White Castle anymore, but
down south you have Crystal burgers.
What's funny, Peter Griffin went to a White Castle and it was all blacks inside. And he was eating his meal. He looks around, he's like, well, the name seems a little deceiving. White Castle instead of, And he noticed there was a lot of black guys, a lot of black families sitting in there eating with their kids and stuff. Characters.
Were the Clevelands in there?
No, he just was eating. Peter was in there by himself, alone, eating. He's like, the name seems a little deceiving.
Yeah, they should have had the Clevelands in there. That would be funny.
Hey, Peter. Right. sock it to me, or party over here. And I like the part where Peter, back in the 60s or 70s, when he met Cleveland, Peter turns to Cleveland in his van, and they see KKK following them in the car. And Peter looks back and says, "Oh my God, Cleveland, do you see what I see? I believe I do." And Peter goes, "We're being chased by ghosts." And it's KKK.
Damn.
Yeah. One time they were at a mansion and the lights went out because the storm took the power out a few times. They were playing Clue. And they were at a dinner party, and James Woods was a character. And they went to James Woods' house, and they were inside. The power goes out. Peter's like, "Oh my God, is this what black people see all the time?" I mean, so. And then you have Consuela, like you saw the other day from that lady or something. You have Consuela at the house, and she's calling everybody Mister because she doesn't know how to say everybody's name. Mister Mister Muriel, Mister Mort.
Yeah, I liked her in the Star Wars version. I like that Consuela. Shut that off! She's running the vacuum. It was just hilarious. Me no cook and clean.
Peter gave her $40 to leave their house after cleaning up their house all day. She's like, "No, it's wet. I stay here." And he's like, "It's 9:00 at night. You should go home." "No, I stay." And he says, "I'll give you $40 to go." And then she's like, "All right, give me." And then she puts it in her pocket and says, "No, I stay." So then she ends up sleeping with Chris in his bed. He tries to grab her boob, and she's like, "No, you're fat. You stay warm." And and Chris says, "Do you think maybe you could pass over the covers?" "No, you fat. You stay warm." And then he tries to grab her boob, and she's like, No. So it's just funny.
I'm just wondering why he hasn't done any more of the Star Wars movies, like he did episodes 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah. I like how Consuela was in Star Wars. She was helping Jabba, and then Quagmire's C-3PO comes up to the door, knocks on it, and then here comes Consuela's character with the eye, extends out of the door, and "Hola?" And Quagmire says, "We're here to see Jabba." "Oh no, Jabba he no home." "Well, I heard that Jabba was going to die." "Jabba did? Oh, kitty. She jumps out of the door.
Yeah, Jabba's cat got loose.
Yeah. Yep. So, and I like how she jumps over the fence in Mexico and she sees Juan, and the guys try to shoot at her, the guards. "Wait, she's trying to break into Mexico. You can shoot a Mexican for leaving Arizona." So anyway, so they tried to shoot her. She rips her maid uniform. She's like, "It's okay. I fix later." And then she goes down, meets her man, Juan, and they start making out in a trench in Mexico. And she's like, "Wait, I freshen up first." "Okay, let's go." And he goes, he mounts her and gets on top of her, starts kissing her, and she's like, "See, oh, see." So I've been working on the Consuelo impression, but that's the best I can do. Sean says, "You're talented. Fuck yeah."
I'm not staying at the pilot on Camp Stool Road.
Oh, and they put a Reagan character in Family Guy as a zombie. Zombie Reagan is what it was his character, and he
Yeah.
was like punching the wall of McDonald's, and a character comes in to try to order at McDonald's. He's like, "Hey, what's that sound out there?" "Oh, it's just Reagan punching the wall. Don't worry, he'll get tired out and he'll be done with it." He's like, "Reagan smash, Reagan smash," and playing the Hulk, and Reagan sleepy, and it tired him out with punching the wall, and it was McDonald's.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, they should have started every time Reagan went to go speak. The first word that came out of his mouth was, "Well."
Yeah. And then
Well,
Reagan was on stage with Gorbachev. He had that birthmark here on his forehead, whatever.
yeah, yeah.
He was on stage with Gorbachev, and Seth MacFarlane made them act gay. So, like somebody in the audience, they were at a meeting, presidential meetup or something, and one of the characters said, "Was there any missile packed?" And then Reagan goes, "Well, something was definitely packed." And he was fucking Gorbachev or whatever, so. And you can hear them snicker. Right. Yeah. Something was definitely packed. So. And then there was another character that every time somebody said something, he would turn to his right or his left and show his wallet to people. "Look at my kids." With the wallet and slapping people's faces and stuff. And that's all he would say. Look at my kids." With the wallet going like this on their face, like slapping them. Look closer, but it's funny. I like the older episodes. I don't really like the new ones.
Yeah, I think I'm going to park at the Sap Brothers.
But we made it to 5 hours. Yay.
Yeah, I almost took you through the entire state of Wyoming and delivered the freaking load.
Wow. Now I know where I've been.
Yeah, Sammy and Darren, I took through the entire lower 48, all lower 48, except for North and South Dakota. Sheer, I took through all of them, but Sheer was the only one that was with me to witness South Dakota. That was
What the hell
back
was
in
that?
November. I'm sorry?
No, I was talking to Marian. Go ahead.
But Darren and Sammy have not seen North and South Dakota. They've seen all the other states. I've been on their live stream,
Yeah.
while they're driving through all these states.
Hold on a second. I'll get it, Buttons. I'll get it.
I told Sammy, I said, "Sammy, you're going to know our be pretty good at the interstate system here in America," because she'd start recognizing places. Wait a minute, you were here a few days ago.
Eat that now.
This?
Yeah.
God, you're fat. He has chocolates up here. Damn.
Taking it a day, tick. Wow.
You're getting bigger, Buns. I don't know what else to tell you.
Damn, man. That place is full.
But you have a good night. I'll stay in touch with you and stuff.
Sure.
I had a great time with you, sir.
Yeah, it's better than doing nothing.
Pull your pants down. No, please. Luke. I love when you shared that with me the first time.
Well,
I got a
yeah,
kick
just
out of it.
just thank God I'm not that bored to think about. Well, maybe I ought to do that. Give me something to do. Come on, guys. It's the one here in the DOT truck. It's like you guys got to close it in because barely just not enough room to get between those two trucks. But there's plenty of parking right next to the DOT truck.
So, Sean, how does it go? Luke, take your pants down.
No, Luke, pull your pants down.
Pull your pants down.
Yeah. Get a fresh bowl of Zima soup.
Oh, but looks good on you, though. Or if you get this hat, you get a free bowl of soup. Oh, but it looks good on you, though. I did that impression of Rodney in front of my folks at dinner. My dad shit on himself. No way. I said, yeah, Dad, I've been working on it. He thought, my parents don't think I'm talented, don't think I'm funny. You know, some of my jokes are not appropriate, what have you. We're all adults. I said,
Yeah.
I always say that to them. I said, Mom, Dad, we're adults, right? Can I say a joke that's funny but has maybe a swear word or two in it? Yeah, go ahead. Don't ever say it again.
Yeah. Do you remember what his name is? Rodney's character in that movie?
In Caddyshack?
Yeah. I remember.
Hold on.
Don't be cheating.
No.
He'd walk up to those girls and say, "Hey, I'm Al Shervick. This is my special guest, Mr. Wayne." No offense.
No offense.
Yeah, Al Shervick.
I didn't hear you.
Al Shervick.
Al Shervick. Okay. You know, he actually said, "I get no respect" because Judge Smells was choking him, and they were like, he says, "This whole place sucks," and he's like, "That's right, sucks." And then they get into it, and then Judge Smells, "You want to buy Bushwood, sir?"
Yeah.
You know,
he says, "Yeah, it sucks. I'm only here because maybe I'll buy it."
Bushwood. And then Judge Smells and goes over and chokes him, "Sir, no," you know, and they yell and after Judge Smells stops doing that, Ronnie says, "I get no respect." So he thinks I'm his wife, you know. That's what he tells. He tells Judge Smells thinks I'm his wife. So,
well, usually at the Sapp Brothers, it's so windy. I saw an old lady getting out of her truck. The wind snatched her door and yanked her right out of the truck, and she fell on the pavement. And she got hurt pretty good. Luckily, she didn't break anything, but boy, she got bruised. Me, there are times out there in the fuel island pumping fuel, and the wind's blowing so freaking hard, I feel like your pants about ready to blow off. I'm dead serious.
Do they ever go like this?
Yep, in this fuel island, on certain days, if it's really windy, yeah, at the Sapp Brothers. Because I go inside and I tell the girls, I said, "Shoot, man, it's so windy out there. I thought my pants were going to blow off." They'd start laughing.
Maybe the little Asian laugh. You know. Yeah. So, well, you have a blessed evening. Be safe.
All right. Talk to you later, Josh. I'm going to get dinner.
All right.
Bye-bye.
See you. All right, everybody. Thanks for showing up. I appreciate it. Blessings to you all. And we'll do it another time.